Hello, hello. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Welcome back to another stream. We finished Bayonetta yesterday. And now we're moving on to some brand new games, to some brand new adventures, particularly shorter ones that I can actually finish in about a week or so. We had a really great time with old Bayonetta 1 on PC, and I did want to play another Platinum Games game called Vanquish, but I said, we should probably take a little break from the Platinum Games for just a little tiny bit, because there are other even shorter games that I can get through. And so Inside is one of those games that I've been wanting to play, or at least, get my hands on personally for a long, long while now. As a game that I've owned ever since it came out, actually. Before it came out, actually. I got one of those early review copies, and I wasn't able to play it because it was a PC-only game at the time, and I only had a Mac. And I tried to play it with, like, Parallels and, like, Boot Camp and trying to, have Windows within Mac and stuff, and it didn't work. It just wouldn't run at all, which made me really sad, and I lost a really big opportunity there. So, yeah. But anyway, I ended up watching Let's Plays and playthroughs, people both talking about how deep and amazing and how masterfully designed this game is, and other people, obviously, when it comes, when there's a wave of positivity, there's always that wave of negativity that comes in response to that, right? Talking about how it doesn't actually mean anything, and that the developers are just trolling you, and that it doesn't, have any meaning whatsoever, just a bunch of levels where a bunch of stuff happens and then it ends. I disagree. A lot of people poking fun at, the ending with the big fleshy blob at the end and stuff like that. People arguing that the game doesn't really get good until the end where all the blob stuff happens. But, after a little bit of that, the game ends. I don't know. I think I just want to have a cool head about it and play the game on my own and make my own assertions about it, because I like to think that Limbo, which is the game prior to this one, it's a pretty damn good game that is also very, like, open to interpretation. That's another game where, like, when that came out, it created this brand new trend of, like, platformers where everyone is a black silhouette kind of thing. Some of them are good, most of them were bad. But, they definitely, they set a fashion statement, for what a lot of indie games would look like and sound like going forward during the indie revolution, when there was, like, Super Meat Boy and Braid and all of these games that really made the independent side of things into a viable, relevant kind of thing. Limbo was definitely one of them. And the way that it directs itself with its story and its visuals and stuff, it is very much one of those open to interpretation kind of things where, people would say, wow, what a genius thing of game design. I love it. It can mean so many things. And this thing happens when you look at this little detail and blah, blah, blah. And then, obviously, when all that positivity comes in, you have all of these contrarians that have to come in and ruin it by being negative. And the typical thing, that you're facing a very unimaginative, uninspired, cynical person when they always gotta throw you that same line, right? Of like, it literally doesn't mean anything. The developers are laughing right now. Do you think that they just put a bunch of random shit in there and you just ate it all up and they're laughing? No. I really don't think that games like these take this long to make just to be like, haha, lol, they're gonna think so deeply on it, and it doesn't even mean anything. We just put a bunch of random shit in there. No, I think these games, and most games, they tend, more often than not, they tend to have more to say, and they tend to have more depth than we give them credit for. That's why I always say, like, video games are awesome, but I don't think we deserve video games, because there's so many titles, both big, massive blockbuster hits and other smaller ones that are nowhere near as appreciated, that have a lot of depth behind them. But nobody really talks about that depth. They just talk about, well, it's at 59 frames, so it's unplayable. Fix it. Just very surface level, like, really, really arbitrary mechanical things that they want to see in the game. These really, like, how do you call it? Superficial things. This self-serving sort of checklist of things that they want to see in the game, and not really appreciate in other things, like the narrative, or, like, really good camera work with the cutscenes, right? But I don't like cutscenes because my favorite YouTuber doesn't like cutscenes, so I don't like them either. And so if there even is any moment where you're not in control constantly, then it sucks, just whenever you see the discussion when it comes to artsy games like these, where a lot of a lot of the stuff is super open to interpretation, that's where people sort of reveal their true colors as to their thought process going into video games, like what they actually appreciate and what they care about and what they don't. For better or for worse, right? Because obviously on the positive side of things, I think there's also a whole other can of worms of people being way too fucking pretentious, sniffing their own farts of like, oh, this work of art is so exquisite in its, you know, like, I don't want to go to that extreme, you know, where I'm wearing a beret and a striped shirt going, oh, you know, staring at it like it's a fucking painting in a museum. But at the same time, I don't want to like completely reject all of it and be like, oh, they're just trolling you, you know, trying to like, I don't know, this strange thing where people feel better about themselves by talking very proudly over how ignorant and surface level they are. You know, like, what? I don't like to think. You know, you like to think? Well, look at this guy. He like to think deeply about games. What a nerd, you know? That's what happens when video games are mainstream, you know? Even within the group of nerdy people, people call each other nerds as a bad thing, you know? And you make, you know, when everybody loves video games, you know, before it was like either you like video games or you don't, you know? And there were the people that liked them, and then the people that made other people feel bad for liking them, saying that they were nerds, and were never gonna get any women, you're never gonna get a job, or you're gonna be a child molester or a murderer from playing all those GTA games, you know, where you shoot people or whatever. Don't you know that's violent? But now that video games are for the most part pretty accepted, you know, by anybody that is not an old man that watches Fox News every day, you know, now the making other people feel bad kind of thing is now, what kinds of games do you like, right? So even when everybody is in one group, there still has to be some bullshit to separate one person to the other, right? I remember Howard Bloom said this a long time ago in an interview. It's like, well, you know, even if two people have the same red, the same colored shirt that's red, you know, one guy's gonna be like, my red is better than your red, you know, like people just feel this fucking necessity to just like, you know, to make themselves seem special by putting someone else down. It's just fucking stupid, man. And I don't know where that comes from. Anyway, I think I've babbled on enough. I will adjust the audio depending on how loud or how not loud this game is. This is a relatively quiet game, so I think I'm better off maybe bumping up the audio a little bit. All right, so I was just talking and ranting for like 10 minutes in hopes that more people would show up in the chat and that, you know, viewers would accumulate and that they would engage in the conversation, but quite the opposite. In fact, it seems like one guy was copy-pasting the same message over and over again before the stream started about the One Piece chapter that came out today, officially, even though I had already read it like a few days ago. But anyway, whether people show up or no one shows up, that's fine by me. Because I remember a long time ago, almost a decade ago, when I would do Let's Plays on my main channel, Good Game of Fun, which wasn't called Good Game of Fun at the time. It was called The Hat Person, just my username. And I played Limbo to completion. And I had a lot of fun with it. I even went back years later and I changed the thumbnails to be more interesting. And I remember that was a much simpler time where I would record everything on my Mac through ScreenFlow and do Minecraft Let's Plays and stuff. I kind of miss those days where I just wouldn't give a fuck or think too hard about what kind of content I wanted to make. I would just fucking play a game and record it, and that would be it. And that was mostly just Zelda, Limbo, and Minecraft, and that was kind of it. And somewhere along the lines, you know, the Persona 3 calendar run started and stuff like that. I felt a lot more free then. But now, practically almost a decade later, I'm back, live streaming, still playing through games. Now playing the next best thing from Playdead. And that's Inside. So, here I go. I'm just gonna go ahead and play that now. In fact, it might even be a good thing that there's no one in the chat right now, because that makes me feel alone. That I'm just here on my own, just talking to myself and narrating, in the same way as how I did before, where I would just record, you know, myself playing games, talking to myself offline. I wouldn't even live stream back then. I tried. I had a couple of attempts at live streaming. I had a THP TV live stream. But again, I was just like barely starting to learn OBS and stuff like that. Just barely starting to learn all that stuff. And so I had a really crappy setup. The frame rate was at like 10 FPS. Trying to play Minecraft and stuff. Through my Mac. And I don't know what it is about Mac, where like it's fucking impossible to have any kind of audio pass through to OBS. You have to have like these weird extensions like Soundflower and all that stuff, and they would always break your computer. Or at least that software would break and you have to reset your computer to do it. It was a pain in the fucking ass. I hated streaming through OBS because, on Mac specifically, because audio issues are rampant in that one. And then I bought a PC and everything became better. So this little shot right here is already a pretty good indication of things that are open to interpretation, things that you can do an analysis on. Because you have this forest, right? And then you got the people, you know, taking something away through a truck. And then you have some people wandering around there in the background subtly. And then you have these things that seem like canisters or like big capsules of some sorts. They almost look like spaceship pods, like the ones from Dragon Ball Z when the Saiyans come to Earth. And then you have this kid that's like running around trying to avoid them, you know? I feel like games like... It's really funny how... There's a lot of douchebag YouTubers out there that always fucking bitch and moan and complain over, like, games having too many cutscenes and dialogue, and they're like, oh, God, you think I'm stupid? Why can't you just let me figure it out? It's a video game, right? Just let me play, you know? Oh, yeah, this is a nice story if only it was reflected in the gameplay. If only they could just let me experience it in my own way. Because, you know, as we all know, game developers just make things for you and you only and no one else. Video game developers don't have their own artistic vision and their own things that they want to say. They'll just do things for that one douchebag Let's Player that bitches and moans. They just want to make that guy happy, you know? That's what games are all about. We all know this. Like, they complain about that kind of stuff, but then when you have a game like Limbo or Inside that is literally just all non-stop gameplay, where they tell the story through shit in the background and the way that you play and the way that you can't play. You know, so many things, like no dialogue, not a single fucking line of text in this shit. The kid doesn't even have a face, you know? All of these things that you can sort of intuit yourself by going back and really thinking about it, looking at, you know, the game design and how they're teaching you of like, oh, you know, they taught you with the fucking refrigerator that you can grab and push things and use them as a way to get up, right? And as you land on this big box and you're going to this fucking place where it's like, oh, well, I'm trying to jump and I can't. I'm trying to do this long jump and I can't. All right, cool. Well, I just got taught that I can fucking, you know, move a fridge or whatever. I can move blocks so that I can go up places. This is just a different version of that. There we go. And now I have learned. And now I can continue on. And in between the puzzles, you get little bits and hints of story that go with it, you know? It's sort of like this ebb and flow of like little story bits, mechanics, story bits, puzzles, story bits, platforming. That kind of shit, right? Is give and take. But then people complain of like, oh, you know, it doesn't even mean anything. Oh, pretentious, artsy-fartsy kind of shit. Oh, why can't you make a real game, you know? Just bullshit like that. Why can't you have multiplayer deathmatch? Oi, oi. Like, whenever people actually get what they want, they complain that it is not actually what they want, you know? It's not exactly the thing that they wanted. It's not like an actual fucking Dragon Ball Z episode, but with no dialogue or cutscenes or anything. You're the one just punching everything and everyone. The battle has officially begun in Chapter 1001. Yeah, I saw you spamming the chat a million times before I started streaming. I heard you the first 20 million times. I'm here. Hello. Yeah, hello, everybody. There we go. Now people are showing up. It only took 17 minutes. I probably, upon further reflection, I probably would have been better off just starting the game immediately. Instead of just ranting for 10 minutes, even though I am ranting a lot right now. But hey, it wouldn't be a GGHF stream without me ranting, without Rant THP entering the chat. So, I've already seen a bunch of playthroughs of this. That does not mean that I have the entire game memorized, okay? I do know a lot of the basic solutions for a lot of these puzzles or platforming bits or whatever. Especially early on. A lot of it is pretty self-explanatory, so if it looks like I'm sort of speedrunning this, then okay, so I think this is the part where like a bunch of people show up. I think I'm supposed to wait. Or no. It's difficult to tell. This is the kind of game where like the only way that you can actually succeed is mostly by just failing a lot. Ui. You gotta fail and die and realize, oh, should have done this. You know? Ah, shit. Wow. These guys just murder you. They just shoot you with a gun. Although you can kind of see like darts in the back of the kid, so they're not killing you. Yeah, so what you have to do is very much just like die and realize what you did wrong. And then try it again. These are the kind of games where like it's designed for you to fail a lot and just try it again. Oh, now you don't have a gun. Now you're not trying to shoot me. How convenient. Yeah, then go down there. The animation for this stuff is beautiful, by the way. I love the sound in this. I love the animation. The graphics are simple, but detailed where it needs to be. I just love everything about it. Aye! And then they time everything to where, like, it feels... to where it feels dramatic. I didn't spam the chat. I only posted it once and then went to a different video. Well, then why the fuck? That must have been like a glitch or something, because I have a separate chat window here on my OBS chat. And I saw you posted it once and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29 times I saw the same comment copy-pasted onto my chat, on my chat box, so must have been a bug on the chat or something. I know you're not the kind of guy to, you know, spam stuff like that, but like, still, how was I gonna know? I saw that Gura has reached 2 million subscribers from Twitter? From? Twitter gave her the subscribers? Or on Twitter? She got 2 million subscribers on Twitter. I don't know what it is about Gura where, like, she has that PewDiePie / Nintendo kind of touch. Where, like, just her existing just gives her a million billion followers. And she's not necessarily doing anything different from any other VTuber or any other regular YouTuber for that matter. In fact, I would argue that she's pretty much the same as a lot of other people, but her design and her cuteness and her voice, I don't know. There's all of that Hololive Yago influence that just is bringing so much attention to not only Gura, but like a lot of Hololive girls this year are going to reach 1 million. Noelle is about to reach 1 million. Aqua just recently reached 1 million. Pecora just reached 1 million not too long ago. Pecora, out of all of the female creators on YouTube, she is number 4, most viewed. Coco, I think, is still like the most super chatted person in all of YouTube. Yeah, bae, that much. That was intense from the chase part. Yep. Getting chased by dogs. I know that there's a little secret here. I know that there's like a device that you can like... There's like a secret ending that you can find here. If you come here to the crops, I know there's like some... There's some door that you can open. I don't know if you're able to... Oh, yeah. Oh, wow, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, 22 minutes into the stream, let me introduce you the secret ending of the game. The only way for you to truly, like, really know that this even exists is, that you play through the game once and, go and watch a Let's Play or something, and somebody just reveals it to you. So again, very similar to Limbo. There's also like these little in Limbo there were bugs and you step on the bugs and that was an achievement. But here is those little machine things that you keep on plugging and that adds. The game looks pretty interesting. It's super interesting. You can write essays about this game. On YouTube, I found this announcement on Twitter. There, fixed it. There we go. Now that's way more clear and that makes more sense. So Gouda got 2 million subscribers on YouTube and you found that out from Twitter. You see now that's a sentence that makes sense. 2 million. Literally the last time I saw Gouda and her subscriber count, she was at like fucking 1.2. How the fuck did she get 2 million overnight?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Now let's hit 3 million. She's just playing Skyrim. Not really caring about it. Damn.
Okay, now we're gonna go and we're gonna finish our quest.
Well, I'm gonna give her a like. She's just playing Skyrim. Not doing anything special from any other YouTuber. And she hit 2 million. Sometimes people are just blessed with that kind of stuff. Some people just fucking make it. While other people don't. No matter how hard or how long they try. Oh, this is a secret. Okay. There's a combination that I have to know here. I'm just gonna Google it. Inside. Secret. Ending code. Yeah, okay. I figured that Google would just flat out just show it. Alright, we haven't even beaten the game once, and we're already gonna go and get the secret ending, so let's do it. I'm sure this will be an achievement or something. Up. Okay, so it's up, up, right, left, right, right, up, 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 right, left, left, left. Put the sequence in correctly at the door to the right. Continue to the right and lift the gate at the very end. Okay, maybe I didn't do it right. So it's up, up, right, left, right, 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 up, 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 right, left, 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 left. Why won't it work? Do I have to leave and come back? Let's see. How to unlock the secret ending. Maybe I can't do it yet. The normal ending to Inside doesn't really feel like a proper ending. Really? To me, it kind of does. There's some finality to be sure. The finale does feel like a finale, but does it? You just don't feel as though you've righted the wrong and stopped the evil that you've witnessed. I mean, the fact that the ending isn't super clear is kind of what makes it super good, though. Wanting to have something be, like, very neatly and tightly wrapped up kind of misses the point. That's where the secret ending comes into play, which helps alleviate some of those issues. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is secret. To see the secret ending, you first need to find and disable all 14 secret power orbs hidden throughout the game. Alright, so you have to find all of them, and then come back and then do it. Aw, man. I thought you could just do it. We've detailed where to find each orb in our complete walkthrough. Alright. Now they're just advertising, go look at our thing to find all of the secret things. Well, I guess I'm just not gonna do it then, because I don't want to go through the trouble. And the secret ending really isn't anything special unless you, like, really know what this game is all about. The kid literally, like, there's just a big machine and you unplug it, and then the game fades to black and it ends and that's it. And the little kid kind of slumps over like he's gonna fall asleep or die or something. Just, there's a lot of theories that go on about this game. Basically that, you know, that the kid isn't actually a kid with free will. He's, like, being controlled by the thing that you find at the end. To, like, you know, bring everything down. To like, destroy the thing that the big company has been doing. The one that's taking all the people away and, like, oppressing and trying to get this kid as well. there's just a lot going on with this game. And so that big thing you unplug is essentially just shutting everything down, which includes the kid. It seems like, you know, whatever's controlling the kid also loses control of him, and the kid just sort of slumps over. But it doesn't matter whether the kid gets to keep on moving or not, because he's fulfilled his purpose, you know? But yeah, there's just a lot that you can glean out of this game. But I guess you have to go through the trouble of playing through the whole game, seeing what it's all about, discussing it with people that aren't assholes over how, like, you know, this game doesn't mean anything, or it does mean something. Alright, there we go. So you gotta turn on this machine so that it can start sucking up all of these little chickens. So you could instinctively just go and have them get sucked up now. Or you can walk all the way here first, wait for all these little guys to pile up, and then run over here, because then you have a really long distance between them. And then you can suck them all up, and then they get blasted over to that other part. And then the box that's up there is now accessible. One thing that I really like is that you don't have to be here on the left edge of the box to be able to push it. Because this is more 3D as opposed to Limbo that was 2D, you had no choice but to push it from the side, right? And everything was a black silhouette as well, right? So it'd be weird if you just, like, fused with the box. You wouldn't be able to see yourself, but because this is in 3D and there's, like, bigger planes, there's a foreground and a background, you know, the game automatically, you can put yourself in front of the box and not necessarily be on its side to push it. And I think that's really great. That offers more mobility. And of course, that also teaches you that, you know, without them saying anything, you can hide behind things, right? And there we go. You fall into a big carriage or whatever, into a big wagon full of dead pig corpses. That's definitely not dark at all. But hey, Limbo was really dark too. It literally had, like, children hanging themselves and stuff. Well, not themselves. Who knows if they did it themselves, but hey. But yeah, this thing is even more obvious that you can, you know, that you can move it around and stuff because this has wheels. Speaking of pigs, we should come across one right about now. One pig, like, chases you around and you gotta, like, you know, get him to, you know, go places. But yeah, there's a lot of things here that are coming to get you. People, pigs, dogs. There we go. Teaching you that you can climb fences. You can't climb up walls, but you can definitely do with the fences, and so you should keep a mental note of that for later. Yeah. So, it's a pig with some weird worm coming out of its ass. Going berserk, so you gotta jump over him, because if you don't, he just, like, kills you immediately. Very much like Limbo. Very much like Limbo. One hit and you're dead. It's not a... Oh. Okay, and you gotta keep... You gotta keep avoiding him. He's not gonna stop. Now that... You already know now that he can crash into shit, right? So... There we go. Ah! That's fucking gross. The fact that you just yank off that awful worm off of his ass. And now that he is calm from that, that was the thing that was making him go berserk. But hey, you can use him as a platform and do this mind control thing. There he goes, like a VR headset, but in real life. So then now there's these guys that are being mind controlled. Now this also sort of adds to the theory from the ending of the game that, like, that big fleshy blob that is connected to a million things, that one can also mind control people and stuff. And so to a certain extent, it might be mind controlling the kid too, because the things that the blob is connected to is very similar to that thing that the kid is connected to right now, right? So he's mind controlling on top of mind controlling. And I'm only saying this, like, you know, under the pretense that the theory might be correct. Alright, so these guys, yeah, the 4 of them have to work together to open that. So yeah, put all of your force to push that. Or maybe pull it back. Yeah, there we go. If one thing doesn't work, try the other way. Yeah, the fact that there's practically no music. There's almost no music in this. Only in special moments. That makes the sound effects and everything so much more impactful. Obviously, it's a lot louder, but I kind of don't want to, you know, bring the audio up or down because it's so occasional. It's so occasional. It doesn't really happen all the time. Okay, bring this up. It's always such a guess to see what's interactable, what's not, or what takes a while to lift up, what doesn't. A lot of it is just throwing darts at the wall and seeing what sticks. But yeah, man, like all of this stuff in the background is so deliberate, you know, so calculated and cool. You have all of these people, right, standing in line, getting taken into the truck. Yeah, everything on the left here is like fields and crops, natural animals, you know, the plains, there's birds flying. And then you start to move to the right. And the further right you go, it becomes more cold and lifeless and corporate. You see less and less people, you know? Everything is deadlier. It's cool. It's a bunch of visual storytelling. So if I push it to the left and that goes up, maybe I can push it to the right for it to go down. A lot of it is just logic. Even if you fail the first time, there's always space for you to sort of try it in different ways. There we go, right at the tip. I need to... You see, I got this shitty little thing. This is, like, super mangled. I can't even wipe my nose this way. Gosh. I don't want to sound too gross, but you guys know how bad my nose is. I snuffle every fucking millisecond. I don't exhale. I mean, I don't inhale air. I don't inhale air like a normal person. Every time I bring air into my lungs, there's always like that, and it's super annoying. I hate it. My nose has always been terrible. But the thing that has made it worse is that I have felt like I've had like a sharp, hardened piece of mucus just like lodged deep into my nose, and I've been trying to dig it out for like the last like 2 days. And every time I try, the deeper in it goes, and it's hell. It's literal hell. I don't know what I've done to deserve it. I don't know what I've done to deserve such a fate, but oh, hey, the chicks from before? No, they can't be the same ones. Nah, no, yeah, those fly. But yeah, like, looking at these camera angles, looking at the sheer enormity of all of these environments, you know, here's something that I didn't even realize was a thing in this game until just this second. The camera never stays still. It's almost like a documentary style. It's almost like somebody's following you around with a camera because it, like, sways and very subtly moves around. It never quite stays still. There's like these like diagonal little turns that it takes. There's almost like when you move around in Hotline Miami, right? It never goes up, down, left, right. It's always like sort of diagonally to the side, and then diagonally here, and then diagonally there, you know? And it never takes like straight, you know, turns. It always kind of goes like this, and then forward, and it goes a little closer, and then a little thing like this, and like this, and like that, and like that, and like that, and like that, you know? They never keep the camera straight in Hotline Miami, and they don't here either. Which is amazing that is difficult to notice. Because then you have these, like, super ultra smooth turns, right? Moving on from one little environment to the other, right? Everything is just so coldly calculated. Alright, so... I know I can use that. But is that enough for me to climb up there? I wonder. The animations and the sounds behind it all. It's all so subtle. For mechanics that are, like, you know, very simple as well. You want to see the controls for this? There we go. Those are the controls. Jump, grab, move. That's it. You can technically play this entire game with an NES controller. I'm sure somebody has already tried. And succeeded. Oi. Alright, I died. Death number 1. Oh, there we go. Thank you. So you have to... There we go. That's a very limbo kind of platformer bit right there. The run before the floor gives way and you die. Oh, you can go even lower down? Oh, no. Yeah, this is where I came from. I already know for a fact that I'm going to be missing a ton of secrets, so don't even bothering me about them. I know that one of them is right here because you can see the blinking of the thing. That's one. Left behind. I don't even know which one is the first one. I don't think that one's the first one. There's 14 of them. The one that I showed for the secret ending is technically the last one. It's supposed to be the last one because you're not even supposed to know that the secret ending thing is right there. Okay, so I opened that thing. And I can't reach that through normal means, so I gotta use this. And then... Yeah, you don't even notice it. I was just assuming that... Oy. I was just assuming that there'd be a guy coming out of the door. Okay, so you have these guys that are synchronized. If I press the grab button, it just kicks me out of the mind control thing. Now, one thing that I can do is that I still have the lever for the wall, which means I can bring it down if I need to. There has to be a reason for why they can still allow you to open or close the door whenever you want, right? There we go. You have to be synchronized to get onto these little panels. And then just stay there and keep going. You see all of these little details, right? The train track and everything you can see deeper in, the broken ceiling. There have been some criticisms saying that, oh, the world, like everything that you see in the background is more interesting than what you're actually playing. If only I could explore the world. If only I could talk to these creatures. I disagree, you know, because there is actually no other world beyond that point, right? And a lot of it is very empty. You know, it's like, I wish you could just go and explore out there. But then the criticism then would be, oh, there's nothing to do, right? Because do you really want to explore that empty plane that just goes off into infinity? That just expands into the horizon, that doesn't have actual... There's no weapons or guns or magazines that you can use, no ammo. You know? There's no secret artifact there. It's not like they went out of their way to create fucking Skyrim and they're just not... Because the developers are assholes and they're just not letting you explore it. It's not that the devs made a world and they're not letting you play it. Is that everything is so deliberately and coldly calculated, right? They're only showing you the shit that you are supposed to see. Only the stuff that you are meant to see so that it can trigger a fucking synapse in your brain for you to start thinking about what the fuck happened here, right? They're showing you what you need to see. They're only giving you the stuff necessary to trigger the thoughts in your head. To give you the information necessary for you to understand what world you are living in or what symbolic shit you can get out of this. They're not saying, man, if only there was a whole expansive world out there for this kind of thing. Oh, there we go. There's a secret right there, but I have to kill myself to find it. There we go. So there's stairs right there. There's a ladder. Go down here. And there's the other secret. E! I thought it was an L. Obscure foundations. Yeah, and like small little things that didn't really have to be animated, but they are. Like that little audio thing that's like spinning very slowly. Chances are most players wouldn't even see or notice it. But it's there. And then seeing the people down here in the background marching, getting taken into this company or whatever, this big inhumane building, like they're cattle or some shit. Gonna shove a big worm up their ass like that pig. So again, now you know that you can climb up the fences. But yeah, they're showing you a lot of cool shit in the background, but like also realize that there's actually nothing there, you know? You say, man, I want to explore that world, but like, do you really? Do you just like want what you can't have? Or like, do you actually like believe in this game where like they can expand it to that point, right? I don't think they can. And usually when people do with like sequels and stuff, that usually ruins like the original vision of a game, like Portal or something. I think Portal 1 is nigh on perfect. Almost practically perfect. But then Portal 2 kind of ruins a lot of it by just like adding so much lore, so much unnecessary lore to it. Like GLaDOS being Carolyn, or talking about Cave Johnson and all this stuff. Or Wheatley. I just feel like they add a bunch of stuff that didn't necessarily need to be there to be good. Like little subtle shit, right? Like the kid, like as I'm walking here, you could just be like, all right, video game, continue to play video game. I move forward because that's what video game does. Mario taught me to move to the right, so now every game has to turn to the right. But like, you can take your time here and just slowly take in the stuff that's in the foreground, the stuff that's in the background, all of the people marching here, walking around like mind-controlled puppets. And you know that it's like unnatural, right? Because you have your own little child character that has more color than all these other grayscale guys. Yeah, the kid actually moves with relatively decent posture, and he's looking out like it's a surprising thing, right? Of like, oh fuck, these guys are like super far gone, right? There we go. And you can rip all of this stuff. I don't know how like a small child can rip literal fucking planks of wood that were probably nailed to that wall there. That's another thing that can maybe you can maybe theorize that, you know, this kid is not actually maybe like a child with parents, probably like a specimen or something, some genetically engineered thing, or some mind control, you know, some sort of mind controlled guy, where like is just being mind controlled to continue tearing down the wood despite the kid's lack of strength or something. I don't know. There's just a lot to interpret here. There's a lot to interpret. There's a lot to glean from this. And I think when people just sort of shut it down as like, it's just a lot of really nicely designed levels and there's nothing to it. You're thinking too deeply into it. And look, I am the first person to acknowledge that I'm kind of an idiot. It's kind of like what Alex Jones said in that Joe Rogan interview. It's like, all right, I'm gonna be real. I'm a little bit retarded, okay? So I can kind of say the same thing. I am also a little bit simple. In fact, there are many games where I think it's a lot better to take a more simple perspective to it, you know? I've been on that opposite end of the spectrum as well. I've been on the side of like, no, we gotta think deeper into this shit. You know, all of this stuff means something. You know, some story that the developers want to tell, right? With all of these little details that people don't see because they're just looking at the surface, you know? And stuff that maybe you don't notice on the first playthrough, right? Only stuff that you can notice on the second one. For example, I literally just noticed right now at this second that there's a bunch of dead lying corpses there. I have seen like 10 different Let's Plays of this game. And never once did I notice that there's a guy laying there twitching on the foreground. And then in the background, there's one guy, there's a second guy, there's a third guy. There's 4 people in this shot with wires coming out of their fucking heads, like twitching like they're being mind controlled and that they didn't work. They weren't obeying or whatever. They weren't functioning, so they just got thrown out here into the trash where I'm at, you know? I've seen this game so many times, and the only thing that I saw was like the spotlights for me to not get caught and continue with the game, right? Searching for that win. I just want to win. I want to win because I want to win. And winning is the thing that good people do, and I want to be good, so I want to win. But there's more to a game than just winning, right? There's the fucking look at that shit that's happening right here, right? So I've been on that side of the argument. Fuck. And now that I just saw myself die and see the wires coming out of my head as well, then now this recontextualizes this whole thing. At the beginning, I interpreted it as, oh, the people that are getting mind controlled or whatever. But now that I know, because I got killed, is that these are all regular people that are probably trying to escape the clutches of this company like I am. And they failed. They got shot up and killed like me just now. Another small detail that I didn't even notice is that all the dead bodies are not moving at all right now. But look at what happens when I flip the switch. They start twitching and moving. That came from me turning on the power. Because these guys, even after they're dead, these fucking soulless machines keep electrocuting them, even after they're dead. How fucking cruel is that? There's no need. They don't even bother unplugging them. You see? This is what happens when you just fucking pay attention and you're not looking for this fucking, you know, how do you call it? When you're not looking for this, like, superficial victory that doesn't mean anything, right? Or you're not looking for this, you know, surface level, self-serving, masturbatory clout. When you actually see it as, okay, this is someone else's vision. You know, this is not my game, you know? And this game was not made for me either, but I can appreciate it. And get into the developer's shoes, or get into the shoes of the kid, right? And just see what's happening around you. The 3D is not done for no reason. The 3D is not done like how fighting games do 3D, where like, well, it's the trendy thing, and other game made lots of monies by being 3D, so I make it 3D too, and I make lots of monies. That, and it's less expensive to make sprites, right? But still, this is like this was done in 3D for a reason, right? They could have had Inside just be a 2D game like Limbo, but they didn't. They made it 3D, and they really made it count, right? And you can see by all of these things that you can see in this one little bit of the game. How long is this game? Like 2 hours. It's super short. You can beat Limbo, I think, in like an hour 40. You can beat this game in maybe like 2 hours. 3 hours if you're dying a lot and you kind of don't know what to do. But for the most part, is very much a... I forgot how to do this part. So it takes a while for you to actually... I just realized what I'm supposed to do. I just realized what I'm supposed to do. There has to be a reason for why they let you turn the thing on and off at will, right? Probably because you need to have it turned off at some point. And if you can't wait... There we go, now the door is open, but now the elevator doesn't work because there's no power, right? But now you don't have to wait for the door to open, so now you gotta go back, turn the power back on, and then just go through. You see? Game design! And now I am learning even more because I know I've already shared this in the past a bunch of times, but I am also thinking very, very hard about making my own game someday. And all of this shit is like notes. I should be taking notes like in a college course. Because all of this is invaluable in communicating through a game. Video game language. Both controller-wise and screen-wise and all of this stuff-wise. All of this is really great. That's another thing that... This is kind of like another one of those like backhanded compliments that people give this game. You know, the people that think that the game is good, but also the story doesn't mean anything. People that are kind of on both sides. Where it's like, this is a masterclass of game design. It is like a fantastic showcase of good game design. Which is literally just like Mario, you know? It's just like literal, like, walk, left, right, jump, grab, and that's it, right? So it's not even that impressive. But like, those same people are like, oh, but like, don't even bother. Don't even bother with the nonsense that is this story. And I'm like, really? You're really gonna, you're gonna worship the game that way, but then you're gonna fucking drag the story under the bus as well? Like, just, I don't know. Considering how fucking long it took for this game to come out, in between Limbo and now, I can't accept that the story is just a bunch of random nonsense that wasn't made to be understood. It's just a window dressing for the game design to flourish. No, I think the best video games are video games that are good at everything. Games that are all one big, nicely made, cohesive product. There we go. I was saying all these other random words, but I found the word that I wanted. Cohesive. Where the whole thing, where every aspect of it in combination with itself, the entire game in combination with itself is good, right? I feel like way too many people love splitting video games into pieces like a pizza. Where it's like, well, this is good and this is good, but I don't like that, so whatever, that doesn't count, you know? Like, people sort of draw lines in the sand over what... People draw lines in the sand over what's, like, acceptable, what counts as a part of the game, what doesn't count as a part of the game. Which is why, even though the word gameplay is, like, super duper, common and everybody understands what you mean when you say gameplay... I'm not on the line, so I don't have to jump. There we go. What are all of the people? Oh, fuck, I fucked up. All of the people in the background are being taken through, like, a company tour of how your mind is going to be controlled. I'm going to bring down the audio a little bit because it's a little too loud. Gonna get dragged away. But yeah, no, I feel games that are just good in all aspects and interesting and have a lot of detail and love put into it in all aspects. I think those are the truly good and legendary games. And not games where, like, you feel the necessity to be like, well, the music is good, but the combat isn't. But, you know, it's a good game. If you ignore the story, then it's a pretty good game. You know, like... If I have to ignore parts of a game for it to be good or great, then is it really that good or great? I don't even know. I mean, there are a bunch of games that I know where, like, I kind of think in a similar way. Where, like, hey, you know, all of this is great if you just, you know, if you can get through this part, or, like, if you can just, you know, accept that this other part isn't that good, then it's honestly pretty good, right? Like, even I do that. There's so many people that, like, sort of like to make excuses for games, or like to think that, oh, this certain part of a game doesn't count, or this is not the actual game. The actual game is this part. I feel like to really evaluate a game, or to evaluate the gameplay, I would say that, like, the game, there is no such thing as the game a part of the game. The moment you turn on the fucking game, I think that's the game, you know? You're playing it, you're interacting with it. You're experiencing it. Alright, I gotta run away. And then here comes that close call with the dog for the third time. Oi, oi! I do admit, if there's anything that I can criticize the game on, is that they pull that shit of, like, oh, the dog is chasing me and he's right here about to get me, and oh, I jump at the last moment. I've been playing this game for an hour now, and they've already done that 3 times. So yes, they blew their load too much on that part. I think they rely on the dogs chasing you around a little bit too much. But again, that's like a minor nitpick, because then they pull shit like this, where they search it around and make it a little different. They make it a little different every time. You can see a little bit of white in the dog's mouth, right? And you can interpret that as like, oh, you know, the dog has, you know, he brushes his teeth with Colgate, or he's got rabies. You know, because the guys, the people that are taking over this place are that cruel. where, like, not only are they gonna fucking bite you, but they're gonna bite you with rabies. And then you're gonna get sick and you're gonna die. Because if you're resisting the influence of these people, then you're probably not worth keeping alive anyway, right? If you can't get mind controlled easily, then fuck you anyway. Yeah, we caught you, but we didn't even want you, so we're just gonna let the dogs kill you. Whether them ravaging you to shreds or fucking giving you rabies, right? You're either gonna die of disease or die out of the dogs just fucking mauling the shit out of you. And that's what you get when you spend more than just half a second thinking about something. This is coming from a guy that also has his moments where I see people worshipping certain games and I'm like, really? Really? You're gonna think super deeply on that shit? You know? So I know how it feels to be on that other side of the argument. Where it's like, I don't think it's worth thinking that deeply, you know? That dog is still there. At least Krone is a good girl. You don't know that. You don't know her. You don't know her personally. Oh, he can go through the wall? I forgot what it is I'm supposed to be doing here. There has to be a reason for why you have this little elevation here. Probably because it's high enough. It's high enough for you to get onto the mind control thing again. You see, you gotta think about these things. Alright. And then push on this rock. I was about to say rock. So get on this box. And now with that little elevation there, if it had no purpose, there wouldn't be an elevation here. It would just be flat surface like everything else. And you know that this is deliberate, right? Because this is designed to be like there is literally nothing. It is a very big expanse of emptiness, right? So that little square at the left is supposed to stick out to you like a sore thumb. Like it's made of bright neon, like it's Cyberpunk 2077 or some shit. That's supposed to stick out to you and grab your attention. Okay, so now I can stand here. I don't know why, but I feel like I gotta be facing this direction. Okay, so now you got more boxes. More boxes that I can push around. Oh, here's where this game gets really crazy. Because if you agree with that theory of the big fleshy thing at the end is mind controlling the kid, so we are mind controlling on top of mind controlling. But now look at this. We are mind controlling on top of mind controlling on top of mind controlling. Mind controlception. There we go. So I am mind controlling the guy that is also mind controlling the other guy so that I can get to this button. What the fuck is this video game? Ah! I also died. That's another very subtle mechanic that they teach you, is that, oh, just because you're mind controlling the other guy, that doesn't mean that the kid... that doesn't mean that the kid is not being controlled, right? If you jack out of one guy, you're jacking out of the kid as well. And so if he doesn't have a safe platform to fall on, then the kid is fucked. Which means that, yeah, we are able to jump onto that platform, but it has to be here specifically. Why? Well, so that the kid doesn't die when you inevitably disconnect, right? So connect here. Mind control that guy. And then get over here. And keep moving forward, right? And you can tell that you're making progress because now it activated some music. And by the way, can you take a look at that background? With the little swirly fucking... you know, stairs or whatever. That window that leads out. The light that is seeping out of it, highlighting certain parts of that little area. The fact that there's no guard railings. Finally saw the movie Up last night. Really good movie. That was definitely a sad beginning. Oh yeah, Up is one of my favorite, if not my #1 favorite Pixar movie. I love Up. Da-da-da-da. 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 Also, yeah, fun fact. Yeah, look at those people. You see the people at the bottom? The fact that they're reacting to you moving the shit. They're not just standing there. Let it go. And then disconnect from this shit. And come down. And there we go. Safe landing on the water. Double mindception. Yeah, you see? This game is fucking cool. Put some respect on Playdead's name. This game is so much more badass than people give it credit for. Even the people that worship this game as a masterclass in game design, I feel like those people still sleep on a lot of different aspects of this. And a lot of it just boils down to just you as a person just fucking getting over yourself. And realizing that there's just a lot more to it, right? And realizing how fucking fun it is to, you know, try to extrapolate so much shit out of a game like this, right? Like, people shouldn't see it as like a chore or a slog, you know? It's a fun activity you can engage in. And there's no need for hot takes. There's no need for you to have an unpopular opinion and piss everybody off. It's just paying attention and just appreciating a game for what it is. And what it is not yours, you know? So stop out with the comments of like, I don't want this thing in my Final Fantasy. Well, it's not yours, bitch. It was made by a bunch of Japanese guys that thought they were going to fucking shut down their company. And so they were like, okay, let's make one final last hurrah. And then they made Final Fantasy, and then it made a lot of money. So I said, well, I guess we'll just keep making these now. So no, it's not yours. Just, this is someone else's vision. This is someone else's art, you know? This is someone else's thing, and for you to, like, you know, have your stupid hot takes and opinions just stepping all over it when you don't even get it. Just, hey, you know, just think about others for once. Don't necessarily... Not every single piece of video game criticism has to be so self-centered, right? I can see what they were going for, but I don't like it. You know, so like, alright. This ain't about you, but okay. This ain't about you. This game was not made for you. Well, kind of, but you know, they weren't thinking about you specifically. They looked at a pie chart and a bunch of graphs, and they're like, well, people of this personality type of this age with, you know, this length of hair and this color of underpants have a very high probability of maybe buying this game and enjoying it on top of that. You know? That's the answer to the question of, who is this made for? Who even asked for this? No one asked for this. Who asked for this? Well, look at the fucking chart. Or look at the developers. You know, if it's an indie game studio, usually it's like, oh, design and make something that you would want to play. So if you play something that you personally don't like, and you think you're so fucking high and mighty with your nose lifted up to the sky going, who even asked for this? Well then, there you go. That's your answer. You fucking asshole. That One Up soundtrack does give a feeling where you wonder the past about a person who is deceased nowadays, like Erika. Oh, like reminiscing on people that have died. Kind of. It's a very nostalgic song, right? Reminds you of the past. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da. What I like is that they have that life motif. People always say leitmotif. No, you idiot. It's a leitmotif, and I know it because my fucking music theory teacher told me that that's how it's pronounced. A leitmotif is when you have a certain melody or a certain song that is prevailing throughout the entire work, right? Throughout a whole opera, or throughout a whole movie, or throughout a whole game, right? Undertale does this very, very well. We recognize a lot of the same melodies throughout, and it gives more consistency and more cohesiveness to the whole thing. And so, when there's a dramatic scene, you know, the music is... And then, when it's super duper sad and emotional... Da-da-da-da. Bong. But then when you're having a lot of fun and you're happy, da-da-da-da, 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 da-da-da, da-da-da-da, you know, that kind of shit. That's a leitmotif. Referring the piano one. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm getting at. It's the same shit, but like played differently. So thinking about things is cool. I wish I did that more often. And again, I don't want this to be a thing of like, oh, I'm smart and you're stupid. You know, like, no, I'm telling you, it takes one to know one, okay? It takes a stupid person. You know, in the same way how animals can fucking, like, identify each other in a pack, you know? When animals recognize their own kind and they join up with the group, same shit with me. I'm number one Mr. Stupid Man, so I recognize other stupid people. I recognize, oh, you're part of my clan, you know? I recognize you're one of me. It takes one to know one, and I, as a fellow stupid person, can tell you from experience, life in general is so much more fun and so much more fulfilling when you just think about shit instead of just sort of blowing it off and being like, ah, this guy fucking doing flips and shit here while I'm trying to eat in my restaurant. They're just doing that shit for tips. I no, they're like, no, maybe they have a tried and true tradition of maybe dancing because the founder was a circus clown or something. I don't know. Shit's a lot more interesting and fun and less boring and less depressing as well when you just think about things and appreciate someone else's thing that they did for their reasons, as opposed to, how does this benefit me? Or how do I, egotistically or selfishly like it, right? Maybe there's some aspects of a game that maybe you don't like, but maybe they were designed so that you didn't like them. Like, that boring-ass routine in, Mother 3, where you go and you work at the company with all the clay people, where it's all really repetitive and stuff. You gotta go and push the clay guys. You know, oh yeah, well this isn't fun, I'm just pushing around a bunch of people, right? Well, maybe they're trying to communicate to you, like, how awful it is to have this corporate lifestyle of doing the same monotonous thing every day over and over again, right? Maybe it's that, or maybe the developers just went stupid that day and they said, let's just make something boring on purpose because fuck the players. You know? Because that's something that people legitimately think, right? There's a bunch of, like, angry reviewer dudes that are like, oh, what were they thinking? They were like, oh no, we don't like people today, so we're just gonna magically do a thing that's bad on purpose. Like, I don't know. There's so much more to things in general that go beyond just, well, I'm mad about this, so I'm gonna justify my anger by just, you know, downplaying someone, by punching down on someone, right? Or punching up or whatever, right? People feel so much better about themselves when they feel like they're the person at the bottom and they're saying fuck you to the person at the top, shaking their fucking fist. You and your fucking house made of balloons flying around with your talking dog and your little Asian kid, you know? Also, I forgot how to fucking do this puzzle. How do you do this one again? Okay, so if I click on the button that's all the way over there, it drains out all the water, right? But if you click on that button at the bottom, dude, your voice, Frankie Cardona says, why? Does my voice suck? Am I annoying? Like everybody in the fucking comments always says? Do I sound like fucking nails on a chalkboard? Because I've heard that one a bunch of times. What do I sound like? What shitty, unpleasant thing do I sound like? I've heard them all! Go ahead! Do your worst! Do I sound like a fucking Jigglypuff that doesn't know how to sing? Go ahead. My fucking, my skin is thicker than steel right now. Because everybody fucking, well, not everybody. I've just had a lot of people that shit on my voice a lot. Both, back when I remember, when I was in school, and I'm talking like middle school and stuff, I would say something in class, and there'd be this one fucking asshole bully kid that would be like, look at me, in front of everybody. It wouldn't be a thing of like, oh, the teacher's not looking, so like I'm gonna wait, you know, for me to make fun of his voice. No, like, I would answer a question in class, I would get up and say it, and then there would be that kid around me that'd be like, and everybody would laugh. There weren't any safe spaces for me then. I just had to fucking swallow it and deal with it. So all of you millennials right now, enjoy your safe spaces because I never got any. I just had to fucking be a man and deal with it. And if I cried or whatever, I got called a fucking pussy. Stand up for yourself. They hit you, hit him back. Oh, great. So that he can get even more mad and beat the shit out of me even more. Awesome, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I benefit more out of just, laying down on the floor and crying, because then I look like a defenseless little kid, and the monster is that kid that punched me over there. You know? It's a much more intelligent strategy to, like, just take it and feel like a fucking victim, so that the other guy looks like a monster, and they're the ones that get expelled, and I get away with it, you know? Well, actually, not get away with it, I fucking get the justice that I deserve, right? Because that kid was bullying me. That threatening response, well, that's what happens when people make fun of your voice all the time, both in real life and on the internet. I'm used to it. I laugh most of the time. In fact, I usually try to come up with even worse jokes about my own voice. But, like, I saw the comment, dude, your voice, and I was like, oh, here it comes. You want to throw down? Let's fucking throw down, you know? Sorry, no, it sounds cool. Do voice acting for cartoons. You see, now, let's move on to the positive side of things. I've had people say that too. I've had people say that I have a really great voice, that I should be on the radio, and that I should voice act. I just wish that that comment was more, common. I wish that I got the ratio between shitty comments and good comments were more towards the good comments as opposed to the bad ones. I've been repeating the same fucking bullshit like 20 times. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I apologize, I forgot. I forgot what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be like a platform or something that I'm supposed to stand on so that I can get that chain over there. But hey, I gotta put my money where it's worth. I gotta put my own teachings to the test. So, I gotta look at my environment and see what sticks out. So this door closes, right? But it only closes when the water goes up. Which means that there's something that I can do where I can go to that door over there while it's open, right? I can drown, by the way. I have oxygen, and don't think that I last a particularly long time underwater. I very much don't. If I hit that button over there in the middle, if I hit that button right there, then that just... okay, that drains the water. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I see. I got it. Okay, so the water's gonna rise and that door's gonna fall. Naruhodo ne. Alright, so I gotta drop down, hit that button again, and as fast as I can, swim over there so that I can just barely climb up that little ledge. And then the door will open and I can go across. Okay, so do that shit, and then go. No? It's like you're saying, like Jotaro? Yakamashi! Utoshiza! Yeah. Nanda omae. Omae urusei zo! Yeah. Kinda like that. Shut up, you're annoying. There we go, now it's draining. Why was the water draining before? And now it's not. I pressed the button and the water drained, right? So, like, why isn't it happening now? There we go. Alright, for some reason, that one time it decided that now it wants to drain the water. There we go, you see the light of the Heavenly Lord God shining upon me? That means that my opinions are better than yours. No, I'm joking. I joke, I kid. I kid. But yeah, thank you very much, Frankie, for saying that my voice is cool. I apologize that I blew up on you there. I was just assuming that somebody would talk shit. Like how people usually do. That's what happens when you're on the internet for too fucking long. You take everything way too goddamn seriously and you forget to have a laugh for once. There you go, that door's closed again, but it doesn't matter because now I have this thing. And I can get up on this chain. Chains, so I can break away from these chains. Okay, now I can't fucking grab it. Me stupid. Me don't know how to grab thing. Hey. Good thing that there's a grab button, but usually it just automatically grabs on. There we go. Thank God for 3 dimensions. See, there's a train over there, moving slowly with people on it. And insecure. Yeah. I guess when I was a kid, when I was little, I was super insecure about my voice. Super insecure. But now, no, not anymore. Because again, when you grow up in an environment where people are just shit to you, and the response to your problems is like, suck it up, you little pussy. It's like, well, okay. And then being on the internet, where even with people talking about safe spaces and inclusivity and all that stuff, there's still a ton of people that are like, whatever, I don't care, bitch, fuck you. There's a lot of suck it up energy that you have to absorb, right? And eventually, during college, mostly during college and university, so like, the past few years, I just barely started getting nice comments about my voice as opposed to bad ones consistently. Then yeah, that definitely helped. I'm not insecure anymore about my voice. But I definitely was for a time when I was little. I was a very, very quiet kid in school. You know why? Well, for one is that I was really shy, for one. I'm super introverted. I am as introverted can get. The only reason for why I talk now is because I am the one sole person managing this YouTube channel. If this YouTube channel was a team of multiple people, like 3 or 4 people, I would be the quiet one and I wouldn't say shit. In fact, people would probably make jokes over how little I talk. And then it'd be like a big event, like a big wow moment when I actually do talk, right? Like Barry from Game Grumps or something before he did the typical thing that everybody does when you have a YouTube channel with multiple people, right? The editor finally talks instead of just editing text into the videos. And then they actually become a normal, regular member of the YouTube channel because now people are endeared to this person because of this running gag. And then they get bored of it and they don't want to be a part of it anymore. Or like the channel doesn't pay enough or some shit, and so they leave the channel and they do their own thing. They open their own YouTube channel where they do a video game analysis, or they have a million unpopular opinions, or they open up their own podcast to the wonderful and successful tune of like 100,000 subscribers, and then they kind of just stay there forever. I don't know. There's a really weird thing of like people that have edited videos for bigger YouTube channels end up spinning out into their own YouTube channels, and most of them don't succeed. Oh, some of them do. Like I think Super Mega is one that is doing relatively well. I don't know how that Barry guy, I don't know how well he's doing. I've seen one video from him get recommended to me a million times, which is like Kingdom Hearts Explained. And that's it. I haven't seen anything else from him. But I don't know. Why am I talking about this? I don't even know why I started talking about that. I don't even know why I started talking about this weird, like, pattern of big YouTube channel editors that just stop editing for those big channels and then they make their own channel or they stream on Twitch and then they become, like, 2% as successful as the people that they were editing for. There was, like, a Brad guy that was editing for PewDiePie that also became a meme, and they were running jokes about him. And he was just like a little line of text in the videos, and then he showed his face, and then that was a big meme. Oh, he's talking and showing his face now. He's an actual human. And then, like, a few months later, it's like, nah, I'm not editing for PewDiePie anymore. I got my own Twitch. Follow me, you know? I am not saying that people are using their editor status as a way to get clout from other people to get followers for their own thing. I feel like those people genuinely, you know, just wanted to do their job and they wanted to move on to other things. But that's sure as fuck what that looks like, you know? I'm not saying that's what it is, I'm just saying that's what that looks like. It's like that Dave Chappelle joke, right? Of like, oh, just because I dress this way, that doesn't make me a whore. And then Dave Chappelle is like, well, you may not be a whore, but you're wearing a whore's uniform, you know? Imagine me wearing a police officer outfit, and then somebody say, no, please help us. And then the guy being like, oh, just because I dress this way, that doesn't make me a police officer, sir. That's from Dave Chappelle, Killing Them Softly. I think that's the comedy special. It's really old, but that special has one of the best Dave Chappelle jokes. Oh my god, the dog swims. I forgot about this shit. Well, you're not gonna catch me, bitch. Not today, boyo. You want answers? You're gonna have to beat it out of me. Alright. Come on, kid, run faster. No. There we go. It started with mentioning being quiet. The one thing led to another, and here we are today. Oh my god! Okay. Oh. Okay. No. Yo. Yeah, fuck you. What's up? Oh god, this is like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Oh shit. No! Not my asshole! Alright, time to pull more wood. Not my wood, pull the wood. No! Yo! No! Please! I gave you all the V-Bucks I had, I swear! Okay. Hey, okay. Okay, time to pull more wood. Oh, Super Saiyan 4 strength! Yeah! Please! No! I'm sorry! I'm sorry that I said that Metal Gear Solid 4 was overrated, okay? There's too many cutscenes! A video game is supposed to be a video game! You're supposed to play video games, not watch them like movies! Ah! I'm sorry! Look, I'm sorry. Look, I didn't mean to say that Death Stranding is a pretentious fucking narrative-driven thing, okay? Please! There we go! Get away! Ah! That's what I get for having unpopular opinions about Hideo Kojima games. By the way, my serious actual opinion on those games is that all of those games are fucking fantastic. Metal Gear Solid is one of the greatest video game franchises ever, and I fucking love Death Stranding. That's another one of those, kind of like Inside, where like it has a lot of weird symbolic shit behind it that has a lot to say, but people are like, oh, what nonsense, it doesn't mean anything. Kind of like Inside. So, yeah, fuck stupid people that only think on the surface level. Said by the words of somebody that also, you know, has his own biases on what should be thought about deeply and what doesn't. But 99% of things should be thought about more deeply. I'm the kind of guy that's like getting mad. That gets mad about One Piece fans that think super deeply about power levels and power scaling and, you know, battles and stuff like that. And I'm like, you're such a fucking idiot. But like, at the same time, I'm here saying, think deeply about Inside, guys. You get chased by dogs, yeah. Stubby Stubbington saying, why are you playing Inside and not Outside? One word, COVID-19. Is that even one word? It's hyphenated. It's hyphenated. Yeah, 2 words, kid. Quarantine. Space teen. A friend of mine decided to get it, Death Stranding, and try it. And he ended up liking it and finishing it. Interesting. Death Stranding is really good. I haven't played it. I've seen 4? I've seen 4 Let's Plays, full, beginning to end Let's Plays of Death Stranding. I saw Pecora play it. I saw White Light do a 7-hour video essay on it. I saw, I think Jesse Cox? I forget. I saw a bunch of people play it. From beginning to end, multiple times, and the game's fucking fantastic. I really want to buy that game and play it. Oh, hello! No time for hugs. You shouldn't touch me. There's a virus going on, don't you know? I can see myself in the chat. Hello, me. Yeah! How about that? Hey, Bob, look at my submarine. It's really cool. Oh, yeah, this is a really cool submarine. Can I get on it? No! If you touch it, I'll fucking kill you. Oh, okay. You always say that, though. Especially when I talk about your waifu and how it's shit. You just say that again and I'll pop you on the nose, my friend. Okay, sure. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, motherfucker. Your submarine is mine, boy. All right, here we go. Boom. Let's go meet SpongeBob. That's literally the entire point of this game. This child believes that SpongeBob is real, and now he's going down to visit him. All right, everybody, we're going to Bikini Bottom. Boom. Look, there's Patrick. Oi! Break open that door. Alright, yeah, so if you hold down the A button, you start to charge up like a Super Saiyan. Oi! There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the part where the game goes from good to fucking awesome. If you thought that all of the structures inside did not look ginormous enough, well, look at this big-ass thing. You don't even know what this thing is supposed to be, but you know it's a big-ass wall. There's a little crack with light coming out of it. You already know that you can crash into shit. So, boy. And they went from big and open to tiny and cramped. And you can still see yourself controlling the thing. Look at all the little details of the water. This is something that I never, ever see any game do. Whenever people want to show water in a video game, it's just like the little waves and ripples on the surface, right? That's whenever they look at it up. What I've been saying the whole fucking stream, right? When people look at it on the surface, and they're like, oh, it's all wavy and transparent and shit. That's good water. But then you dive down, and it doesn't really look like water. It's completely and entirely transparent. There's nothing really there. Like when you actually dive into the water, you see like little flakes and little sparkles and particles everywhere, especially when there's light shining on it, right? Like right now. This, ironically, is probably the best representation of water, especially like deep, deep, deep underwater, that I've seen in any game. Because that's kind of how it looks like. Just like shit everywhere. You know? Like little particles and like little thingies and plankton and little floaters and stuff. That's what actual water looks like. Especially if it's a big, giant, metal, flooded, you know, corporation place. There's gonna be a bunch of other garbage floating around, obviously. By the way, here's another story thing. Why the fuck is this whole entire bit of the building flooded? Why is it Bioshock all up in this, right? The little super duper subtle waves that the little jet thrusters create in the water as you push yourself forward. That's also pretty cool. A lot of little tiny, tiny subtleties that you can't even see that they bother to put into this. Okay, so what you have to do here is that you gotta keep throwing yourself in here. Okay, maybe I gotta hit other parts of the crack. Yeah, just different parts of the wall, it seems. But you can also hit the surface here as well. You can leave the submarine as well and just swim on your own, but it's so much cooler to be on the submarine. There we go. Alright, so if you have access to the surface, there has to be some occasion where you might actually need to rise up. But I'm pretty sure that what you have to do here is to just knock yourself against the little cracks on the wall here. Just have it all break. There's a big crack up here, so. Insert Final Fantasy VIII boss theme, but the lyrics are water and water and water and water. So, I think what you need to do is, because they let you get up here on the surface, and there has to be a reason for it. There has to be something that you must do outside of the submarine, right? And you have all of these little cracks and these little holes on the wall that your submarine cannot pass through, but your little guy can. You see, you can squeeze it in between there. All right, so now you're on the other side, but there's a big door there that maybe you can open and bring your submarine with you, right? So you shouldn't abandon your submarine. In fact, you should find like a button or a switch or something that you can use in order to be able to bring the sub with you. Now, what is it and where is it? I don't know. That's what we're doing. We're exploring right now. Chances are we'll find it somewhere here. I love the little beams of light that show up in a place that is seemingly like super duper 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 underwater. Like super deep beneath the sea. You still have some parts that you can stand on. You still have parts that you can breathe in. And there's still light coming out of certain places, right? From where? I don't know. Okay, so this is almost like a Mario fucking thing. Where you have to jump over certain things. Ah! Did you see that? The kid was... They're like blood that splattered from getting hit by a giant 100-ton barrel. Okay, not exactly sure how I'm supposed to avoid those, but... Oh, God! You could hear the sound. You saw red splattering out of him. Is he wearing a red shirt to hide all the blood? Wait, I came from up here, right? Can I, like... I was about to say, can I open that hatch and come down? Wait! Please. Please. Oh! Don't hit me. Alright, so those things fell down. Now, what purpose do those serve? Do the barrels serve a purpose? They went all the way down. I don't think... Maybe they don't have a purpose. Okay, oh, no, wait. Maybe they do, maybe they do, but just not. Not right now. Nothing that my little tiny child ass can do. To me, this is just a, okay, for the moment, this just represents, oh, now the barrel's out of the way. They're out of the way, now I can just move on. So what is this, flowers? Just plants. Just plant life. You see, what is that, like, capsule thing there in the background? If you remember, you saw those in the foresty area at the very beginning of the game. Except in the forest, there were a fuck ton of them. And here there's only one. Deep underwater, deep underground, where nature has taken over, and there's a bunch of plants. Those almost look like a jungle, right? So what does it mean, bro? New mechanic, by the way. Timed rocket box or whatever. Whatever you want to call it. Rocket box. Good game. Very good game. I like it a lot. And it's, it's technically a 2D game, where all you do is walk to the left and to the right, and you jump and grab, and that's it. 2 buttons and a D-pad. It's literally a modern-day NES game. The kid doesn't even have a face. You could, like, pretty accurately recreate this game on an NES. Or a Super NES, if you want to be particularly more predictable about your nostalgia glasses taste in games. Now, this hatch is open, so, I was gonna say, like, that should be low enough for me to be able to climb. Oh! Yeah, I forgot. There's something else in here with you. Because of course there is. There we go. So now that you did all your business up here, now you can go back to doing all your business down here. So I wonder, yeah, all of the barrels that were dropped down before, they landed there and now they're just lying around as decoration, as if they were deliberately designed to be in that exact same position, right? As if they didn't just fall from a higher floor. I love it. They probably legitimately did calculate where the barrels will fall so that they will land in like the most aesthetically pleasing kind of position. I think the stuff that separates a decent game developer from a great one is people that legitimately and seriously think about those kinds of details. And not just go, let it fall wherever. You know? Because I know that I would totally do that. I would totally be that guy. That's like, you know, whatever, let him fall wherever, who cares? Nobody's gonna notice that detail, right? But for people that actually win awards at game shows and stuff, they care about those details. As if everybody was going to notice it. I mean, I noticed it, right? And I'm stupid, so. Alright, so let's go down and hit this button. Alright. So that lowers the water level. Now that button is still lit up, which means that it is very likely that I can still... It's very likely that I can still press that button again and maybe bring the height of the water up, you know? The breath of the kid, like, like he's cold and stuff. Bunch of little tiny details that you don't notice unless you shut the fuck up. Turn off all the lights. Put on some good-ass headphones and just take this game in like you're watching a good movie. Oh, did I say something blasphemous that I imply that maybe video games and movies might be a similar thing? Well, they're not. They're absolutely not. But there's a lot of aspects from film that are used in game design. I don't think it's completely unfair to, like, use, like, film terms or film techniques and film knowledge to talk about games, especially when games have cutscenes. And to make good cutscenes, you need to have a sense of cinematography, a sense of knowing where to put the fucking camera, how to properly light a character, how to improperly light a character if your objective is to, like, obscure their face or show them in the darkness or something like that. I think knowing and unknowing something is just as important. Because when you create a rule book about things, and just say, this is the way that thing is done, period, well, that just, stifles creativity, because the best thing about creating media, creating text, whether that's a visual text or written text or an audio text, the best thing about creating and having rules for said creation is seeing what happens when you break the fuck out of all of them. Because that's exciting. You're doing something different in that case. Okay, we're getting a very similar situation here, where, like, when the water rises, the door closes. But now I got the submarine on the other side, right? That's kind of what matters here. What matters here is to get the submarine across. So now I gotta swim all the way back here and press the button. All right. All right, so now the water's going down, and hopefully I can make my way back. I'm fearing now that The next obstacle will be now how you as a little boy will make your way all the way to the other side. You know, is this not obstructing anything? Alright, good, thank God. Alright, so what can I do here with the submarine? Okay, yeah, can I, like, actually, like, jump that? Hey! There we go, baby! Making progress. Okay, now we... Boom! Now we hit that. Hello! You like my light? What do you think about my flashlight? I just bought it. It's really cool. I like it a lot. I don't know about you. You seem to be a really big fan of it. I think I'm just gonna point it at you even more. Do you know what it feels like to be blind? I don't know. I've always been curious, but I was thinking that maybe I could use you as a bit of a guinea pig. Alright, but like... Alright, there's something that I need to do to keep this person away from me. This person is pretty fucking fast. They swim like they're a mermaid or something. So I gotta keep this person out of here. Maybe by shutting the door. Yeah, stay away. There you go. Problem solved. I'm sure she's never gonna come back. I mean, I'm assuming that it's a she. Apologies for assuming a fictional fake video game character's gender, but... You know, girl have long hair, men not have long hair, so... No, but in all seriousness, I think most people would assume that it's a girl just because of the long hair. And maybe, like, them trying to make a reference to, like, Lady in the Water or something like that because it's a lady in the water. It could be a boy. It could be just a normal boy, but, you know, God knows how much time that boy has been there, right? So maybe his hair grew out to be super duper long. Could that be a boy or a girl? Could be neither one of the two. Okay, so where do I go? Do I go left or do I go right? Because one of them is progress, and I'm feeling one of those secret little balls somewhere around here. Ugh. I hate my nose. My nose sucks. I mean, I'm not mad at how it looks. I'm mad at how it functions. Or how it ceases to function. Alright, I'll explore here. I'm pretty positive that there's a secret little beach area like this one. Where you gotta pull on one of those big balls. This is definitely not one of those. So maybe I should have gone to the left instead of the right, but whatever. The only thing that those balls have is that when you unplug all of them, you go back to where the secret ending is, you do the combination, unplug another bigger thing, and then the game ends. It just fades to black and that's it. That's the secret ending. So it's not like, oh, we're gonna do a second stream where we find all of them and then we'll see, you know? It's not necessary because I know you know. We all know. And I'm not gonna subject you guys to me playing through this again. Just to find those balls. My head hurts from these headphones. These are nice, high quality headphones. But they push on my head like they push down in a way that there's a whole like horizontal line in my head that I feel like is gonna get squished and it hurts. Is that just a thing that people get used to or not? You see, this is good atmosphere, this quietude, you know? Even the little... You know, that, like... How do you call that? Not B-roll. What'd you call it when it's like just ambient sound? When people just like turn on the camera and everybody stays completely quiet? Because like not having any audio files on your track is not the same as having a quiet room. It's not the same thing. And people feel that. Is it ADR? I think it's called ADR or Foley? No. ADR, Foley, B-roll. There's a bunch of audio terms for film. Ambient, I don't know. Oh, this part. Okay. I saw the little fucking thing shake. I know exactly what this is. 19. Alright, so I need 19 of those guys. Yeah, and of course... This is not like those Nipponichi software games or those NAS America games where they gotta explain it to you in a text box, and then when they're done, they give you a big fucking illustrated slideshow of the exact same instructions a second time, immediately after them telling you. If it was any of those games, you would have like a kooky little janitor character being like, wow, there's something shaking on that door over there. Maybe that means something. I guess you little fella, you want to go through that door too. Well, if you want to, you gotta hit that panel there. But unfortunately, you're just one little guy. And you need about 19 other guys for you to be able to open this door. If you can do that, then you can see what's on the other side of that door in a jiffy. And then text box ends, and then bring, like in The Legend of Heroes, you know? Like a big, like, slideshow panel of, like, to open this door, you need to gather all of these different people. You can do that by doing the mind control mechanic that we already taught you. All you have to do is press X, and then square, and then move to the right, and then kiss my asshole, and then you can do it. Like... playing a game where they already tell you step by step how to do it. It's like, well, I already know how to do it. What I have to do now is just do it. You might as well just open the door for me right now, right? What's the point? But here, it's like, all right, turn on the power. There's one of those mind control guys there. It's very clear that there's something weird happening where, like, stuff is shaking on the other side. All right, there's something fucked up happening, so I'm curious over what's over there. And then it's like, okay. You're jumping on this little panel. It's going from 19 to 18. And so stands to reason that if I reduce that number all the way to 0, then the door will open, right? And there's only one guy here. So, what that means is that I gotta go back. And I gotta see if I can find more people somewhere. And that also gives you a little light bulb on your head of like, oh wait, I already saw one guy not too far away from here. When I got into this area, okay, it's a little far away, so I'm not gonna go there. But like, there was a gate where you saw one guy there. So, you know, that's already 2. But where's everyone else, right? You have this elevator. I think out of all of the little puzzles and platformer bits in this game, this is probably the longest one. This is probably the only part of the game that feels like a more traditional video gamey kind of thing. Where it's like, find 19 of these things, so explore the world to be able to find them and bring them back here, you know? That's the only thing in this game that kind of resembles like a fetch quest or, you know, a side quest or something like that. Where you gotta take the elevator to all these different places and just keep finding these dudes and bringing them over to that panel. But after that, everything just kind of flows in the same way that everything did before. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing or anything. I'm just pointing out that if there's anything about this game that's like normal or traditional, that's more, as you know, many people on the internet would say, more video gamey, whatever that means. Because as I established, I think a video game can be whatever the fuck it wants to be. And in a video game, you know, it's the whole entire cohesive product, regardless of all of the stuff that you want to ignore, right? the I mean, again, you could say gameplay, but again, to me, gameplay can be anything, right? But more traditionally and commonly denominated as gameplay is the part where you interact with the game directly, right? When you move around and you jump and you do the combat and you shoot shit and stuff blows up. There's a gameplay, there's one aspect. Although I would argue that it might even be better if we come up with a different word for that, like interactivity, or just say what everybody is saying in their minds, but nobody says it. The combat, you know? People say the gameplay, as in the actual part where you play the game. What most people actually mean is the combat. When do I fight? When do I kill shit? When do I make things explode, right? So combat will be a pretty good one. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's anything that I can do here. To most people, gameplay is combat, which is narrow-minded. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I would argue that gameplay is literally the moment that you launch the game and you are seeing the logos pass by and you're seeing the opening title screen, you know, because if you see the title screen and you like it, let's take for example, you know, God of War. Isn't it so much more fun and exciting when you see the opening to God of War and you see like Kratos' face zoomed in and you press start game and it immediately just fucking puts you in there and you're fighting immediately? That's an awesome opening title screen, you know? And then like Ratchet and Clank. You know how like in Ratchet and Clank, you see the opening and as them like hanging out, like watching TV, and you see like Sly Cooper footage on the TV, or you see like Ratchet working on a spaceship. Isn't it a lot more fun to see like fucking like what's this other game? What are other good like video game opening title screens? Like Pokemon, you know, like in Pokemon Sword and Shield or any other game where like, you know, you start off with the Pokemon Stadium, right? Da-da-dun, dun, da-da-dun, dun, da-da-da-da-da-dun. And then when you beat the Elite Four, you have like all of these Pokemon like registered on the opening, you know, showing the Pokemon that you used to win. Isn't that like so much more fun? Isn't that something that you appreciate so much more than just Pokemon start? You know, like just a black background with nothing on it, and then just the title just slapdashed on there with nothing on it, no music or anything. Just press start and then just black screen and just fades into the game. Wouldn't that influence your opinion of the game a little bit more than, say, you know? Because whenever there's like cool shit, like Metroid Prime, you know, like how in Metroid Prime you see like the little molecules of the Metroid and all of this stuff with the little with the Metroid theme song and shit. Isn't that so much more fun? Isn't that something that you can appreciate so much more that would positively impact your opinion of the game? Because whenever there are good ones like that, like how you did in Omega Ruby, kind of. Like, whenever there's a good version of that, whenever there's a good opening title screen, whenever there is a good cutscene, whenever there's a good soundtrack, or a good menu, when you pause on the menu and you see something fucking awesome, or like in Hades, you know, when you like go to like the mirror in Hades and there's like, wow, this big like ornate fucking beautiful thing. Wouldn't that impact positively your fucking opinion of the game? Or do you keep that separate and say, no, that doesn't count. That is not the game. That's not the game part of the game. Only when you like it, you say that that's the game. Or like when you're like dead set on just doing combat. Like, people like to separate, you know, gameplay from everything else. But what they actually mean is combat and all the other shit that I don't care about. You know? Nobody talks about movies and they say, oh, you know, the actual movie starts with the action scene, right? The actual movie... Okay, you need more than one guy for this. The actual, you know, all these parts where, like, the characters are just sitting around and talking. All the parts where, like, you have these wide shots of a location. That's not the movie. The movie hasn't started yet. But when you see people breaking out guns and start shooting each other, or like Spider-Man starts, you know, beating up bad guys, it's like, oh, now the movie begins. Like, no, all of the other shit is also part of the movie, right? Nobody ever watches fucking, you know, Marvel Avengers and then they go, okay, when is the movie part of the movie gonna start? You know? Oh, wow, there was so much movie in this movie. Gosh, this is the most moviest movie that I've ever movied. Nobody says that. Nobody reads a book and they say, okay, when does the book part of the book begin, right? Oh man, there was so much book in this book. This is the most book that I've ever booked in my booker life. Gosh, so much book in this book. I love all of the book parts, but all of the non-book parts I didn't like. You know, like just, nobody fucking says that. Only in video games are people like, well, what's the game part of the game? What is the actual game like, you know? Yeah, you have all of these other things, but like, what is it, right? Like, what is this game, right? Like, you're showing me all these things, but like, what is it, you know? Like, just... Why? Why do we do that? Why are we always like, well, the game part of the game is this? No, the whole thing is the game, you know? The cutscenes are a part of the game. The menus are a part of the game. You fucking changing the options from full screen to windowed, or changing, oh, no motion blur, or yes motion blur, that's a part of the game because that affects your experience, right? And that's why, you know, and I know that the first response that people always make to these kinds of arguments that I make is always like, well, gameplay does make sense as a term because a game is something that you play. You play a game. So gameplay is the part where you play the game. It's pretty obvious, right? And to a certain extent, yes, I agree with you, but I feel like games have expanded and changed and evolved so fucking much where not every single game is Super Mario Brothers, right? Some games are like super narrative heavy, right? Some games are like Phoenix Wright. Some games are like Agatha Christie. Some games are like, you know, visual novels. Some games are, you know, FMV cutscenes where like you have to make a choice. Or, you know, I just feel like games are so much more than just run, jump, you know, save princess, credits roll, done. And so I feel like gameplay should represent every single aspect of the game, because when I'm judging a game is the whole cohesive thing, right? How the gameplay, the platforming, how the interactivity blends with the visuals and the environment that is simultaneously telling a story that is further elevated on top of that by a good-ass soundtrack that is very precisely timed with the events and animations that are going on in that event, right? Or how, you know, people would want to use video games as like a visual medium, right? Where they can explain how a certain mechanic works or how they want to bring your attention to certain things without them telling you nothing. Some people do want to explain it because sometimes the mechanics are a bit more complex, right? Not everything can be super visual. Or, you know, it doesn't even have to be mechanics. It would have to be maybe like a super specific emotion or something very, particular about a story, right? Not everything can be visually told with sad music. Like sometimes there are characters that do have to explain themselves sometimes, you know? Psycho is like one of the most iconic, most famous movies of all time. And you know how that movie ends? There's a police officer that sits in front of the main characters and they literally explain what the movie's about, you know? They literally explain what the fucking villain character is all about. And nobody ever complains about that shit. In fact, people make excuses for that scene where it's like, well, isn't it supposed to be like show, don't tell? And then you have all of these fucking film professors being like, but here it works because, like... See what I mean? Visual novels are big in Japan. They consider them games. And their visual novels are different, there's visual novels that are different types. Yeah, and you know why they're games? Because you can actually interact with them. The pacing of the dialogue is your choice. You can have different branching paths with multiple endings and stuff like that. You ever play Tokimeki Memorial? That's one of the best. You know, there's just... Games are everything. Games can be everything. And I feel like there are people... I'm not gonna say elitist. That's a stupid term. People that are really hardcore about what games should be, you know, that they kind of lose, they kind of lose the focus. People focus so much on what games should be instead of, appreciating what games can be. You know what I mean? I feel like they can be so much more. But then there's a lot of people that have these really petty complaints that don't allow... They influence other developers in a way that doesn't allow games to fully show off their full potential. You know what I mean? And I think it's these games like Inside that are like the truly like brave and mature ones, right? And stuff like Death Stranding, I think. Or like the Yakuza games where I think are the real like brave and mature ones and not necessarily like The Last of Us or something like that, right? Where for a Western mindset, the more violent and harrowing and heartbreaking and heart-wrenching and the more depressed you end up by the time you finish playing the game, the more brave and mature and forward-thinking you are. Because the protagonist is gay, so I guess that makes it all better. Not really. I feel like a lot of the games that are more brave and mature are the games that can allow themselves to be silly, you know? Games that can allow themselves to sort of tell stories in a different way that is unusual. And unusual doesn't have to be violent. It doesn't have to be everyone dies the end. It doesn't have to be depressing. You know? There's nothing more basic bitch than trying to be all cool and outspoken and out there by just killing all the characters and being like, are you depressed? Good. There we go. There's our big meaningful game. The world is shit. Great. There's so many games that say that. But then there's stuff like Yakuza where they have all of that. But on top of that, they let you fucking do the karaoke. They let you dance disco. They have like a million little funny moments that you can appreciate. You have a lot of really endearing things. You have games that, you know, that are so like unapologetically Japanese that don't necessarily have to like abide by like, well, Westerners would like this, so we gotta change it like that. I'm hyped to play the Tsukihime remake coming out. Really? I don't even know what that game is. Is it good? I mean, if it's a remake, then it has to be good, right? I don't think people will remake a terrible game unless it's Bubsby or something. Ooh. I'm not strong enough for this. I need my other guys to come in. I should probably make a video on all this bullshit that I'm ranting about. Visual novel by Type Moon. Oh, I hear that Type Moon does good stuff. Isn't Type Moon the people that do, like, Fate and stuff like that? I forgot what I'm supposed to do here. There's no saving, just loading. Yeah, I'm not gonna do shit here. Oh, but I can climb up. Yep. All right, cool. No wonder you're excited. But yeah, man, I feel like games can be so much more and they can be thought about in many different ways, but people want their multiplayer deathmatch. People want their prestige. People want their, you know, and there's always going to be games like that, right? Like, I'm not saying that every single game has to be this fucking meaningful, artsy-fartsy kind of thing, right? Sometimes it's kind of like eating junk food. You know it's bad for you, but sometimes that's just what you fucking need, dude, right? Sometimes that's just what you fucking need to feel better, you know? Just sit down and play some fucking Call of Duty, fuck it. Want some Fortnite? Sure, dude. Why not? I think we need those games in the same way that we need all of the super big emotional significant stuff as well, right? That's why I always hate it when life is binary, right? When it's either this or that. If you like this, then surely you hate that thing too, right? Well, I don't. I'm usually the kind of guy that says, well, why not both? We can have our big, significant, artsy, awesome games. And we can enjoy the fuck out of Fortnite and Call of Duty and free-to-play games or whatever. We can enjoy all of that shit too. I guess the problem that I have is that, you know, when people want all games to just be one way, or that because I don't think this way, then therefore it is not that way. I think it's nonsense. I think that Inside is a bunch of meaningless nonsense. It's just an excuse to make cool levels. So therefore, it is a bunch of nonsense that was just made as an excuse to make a bunch of cool levels, right? And to me, that's bullshit. I think there has to be more attempts at trying to be a bit more understanding of what other people's intent is when making a game, as opposed to being so fucking dead focused on what you personally think. Because opinions, I mean, that's all that they are, opinions. We all have them, and most of us are wrong, you know? A lot of people have said this already, right? You can see this in every single comment section. Having an opinion is like having an asshole. We all have them, and they all smell like shit, you know? There we go. Game design. If me putting the shit on top doesn't work, well, how about doing it upside down? What if I put it at the bottom? Will that work? Well, yeah, because now this fucking box has elevation, and I can reach higher. I can reach where I want to go. It's super simple shit like this that fucking distinguishes a good game from a great game. And you don't even need to have like a big sprawling world with 20 million fucking fetch quests and side quests for people to see that. You just need to have some like really fucking cleverly made thing that is all about just stopping for a second and thinking about it, right? If I have this thing and it goes up and I want to reach that thing, but I can't reach it. There's this box, sticks out like a sore thumb. Maybe I gotta do something with it. What if I put it on top of this shit? All right, now I can jump up. But like, it's too heavy, so it won't go up. All right. Well, how about I fucking put it under it, you know? If it's too heavy to carry it, how about it is instead lifted up by it? Why don't you literally, in all sense and purposes, you flip it on its head and you put the fucking thing underneath the box instead, and it fucking works. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like kissing this game's ass too much because I want to make my own game soonish. So like I'm like actually like playing these games, going out of my way to like really see the design of this shit. And this is me like throwing out the word design without me really knowing what the word design even is, right? Or how is this supposed to work in terms of music and sound effects and pacing and animation and then the mechanics and level design. The environments, the shit that's in the background, the shit that's in the foreground, right? Making sure that all of this doesn't come up with like bugs that need to be fixed. You know what I mean? There's a lot of critics that, including myself, I am not excluding myself at all. I am part of the problem too. I fully admit that. This is stupid person number one saying this. That people love to throw around the word design. And the vast, vast, vast majority of people that have opinions about video games on the internet have never touched a video game design-wise in their life. They haven't spent a single second in RPG Maker or Game Maker or Unreal Tournament or Unity or any of that shit. There's a bunch of people that like don't even know how to even start making a video game, right? And they claim that, oh, this is bad design. This is so terribly designed. And that to me says the message, okay. That says to me that you know how to design this correctly. You know? You, one person reviewing this, you know? Reviewing this product that was made by like 300 people at a studio for millions of dollars. Like, you know how to do this shit better? Like, how do you know that it's bad design? As opposed to what, you know? All of these problems could be mitigated if I didn't fall off of a fucking... fall into a pit like an idiot. But, like, all of those problems would be mitigated if they did one simple thing. And that's to just compare to another game that does it better, you know? Most people don't do that. People just say, this is shit, period. Instead of being like... well, the design of the enemies doesn't work very well, or they're very badly designed in this game. Now, a good example of well-designed game of a well-designed enemy would be like in Nier Automata. I'm trying to find out where the fuck I'm supposed to go, by the way. I think I'm just supposed to go to the ladder up there. But how the hell do I bring everybody else up? That's my question. There we go. Okay, I gotta use the little thingy to come down, and then they'll join me, and then I'll go up. And then I think from there, I just gotta take the elevator. I was just wondering if there was more dudes that I can unlock down here. I guess not. I just gotta bring them back up. There we go. And so now, I bring them up. I forgot to ask, how was Botan's 3D debut? It was, surprisingly amazing. My favorite part was that they played up the entire thing like it was a video game. Like, she would die and fail the mission and restart. And then she had to, like, save Yago. And the fact that there were loading screens, and not just a loading screen, but I don't know if they just bought a bunch of Unity assets or something, but, like, they made a whole entire city. Well, not an entire city. They made a block. They made a city block. It just looked very convincing. It looked like they designed a whole ass fucking video game level with working screens that showed like slideshows of all of the idols and stuff with some pretty badass music saying like now loading. I never thought I would ever say, wow, what a fucking cool loading screen. But man, what a fucking cool loading screen. That's like a fake loading screen just to prepare for the live event and stuff. The whole event was just super well made, and the song that she came out with at the end was also really good. I liked her 3D debut a lot. Polka's one was really good too. I think my favorite 3D debut out of all of the ones that I've seen is probably Watame's one. Watame one's was super cute. Let's see. So now I can move over here. I'm still not done getting dudes, I know that for a fact. Alright. So y'all gonna stay over there? Am I just stuck here? No, I'm not. I can climb up here. There we go. Huh. Can you like... What? Oh my god. I did not know that I could do that. I forgot. Well, I forgot that I could do that. My god, it's fucking hot in this room. Oh, and I gotta time it. Ooh! There we go. Did it in one. Alright, you fucking idiots. You're now freed. By now, I am your master, so you have to follow everything that I say. You have to call me Gojojin-sama and wear sexy maid outfits every day. You hear me? I don't care that you're a bunch of sweaty-ass bald guys. Alright, now how many of them are you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why do I count? The game can do it for me. I don't think it's 19, though. There's still a whole other floor up there that we haven't gotten to yet, so let's go there. You see what I mean? When I say that this is like the more traditional video gamey part of the game? Where it's like, alright, we're not quite done getting all these dudes yet. We gotta go to this other section, you know, where you stay in this one little bit for like an extended amount of time. I'm sure you guys can feel it too. I've ranted about what it means for a video game to be a video game so many times in this stream that I feel like if I was a much more popular channel, people would have already clipped that entire rant and just posted it on YouTube, and then they would get 300,000 views and I get nothing. And then people would be like, I agree with this so much, or people saying that they disagree or something. I don't know. I feel like there'd be a lot of people calling me stupid for my opinion, but it's just my opinion. And it smells like shit, like everyone else's asshole. I would imagine that would happen, but in Summer Kagura, I guess. Are there more guys? Alright. Gang, help me. Push me. No! Ow. Well, thank you very much for helping me jump over there, guys. Greatly appreciate it. They just stared at me. They saw me fall. They're like, fuck this guy. We don't like him as our boss. What the? There we go. That's more like it. Fuck this guy. He's too ranty. I hate hearing him talk about all this shit. Oh my god, are we seriously gonna take this guy's dead body and just throw him into the fucking panel? He's like, well, it counts. He's a person, right? He's dead, but, you know, he's heavy enough. Wow. That's fucked up. Almost as fucked up as eating pineapple on pizza. By the way, I like pineapple on pizza just fine. I'm just making a joke over people that don't like pineapple on pizza. I think it's fine. Pineapple on pizza is not my favorite type of pizza. It wouldn't be my first choice. But if I get invited to a party or something where they have pizzas and all they have is stuff with pineapple on it, I'll eat it. I don't mind. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's alright. Peace and love. Alright, did I grab the guys from the left side? I'll go there just in case. I think I forgot. I'm pretty sure I did, though. There we go. I didn't get them. And I don't even have to push them. They just get up on their own. They come with batteries included. Alright. Look at that little strut that they got. Doing a little light jog towards my direction. I really should make a video on the kind of shit that I rant about. What would I title it, though? I think, yeah, like, what makes a video game? What makes a video game? You know? I think that would be an interesting discussion to have, because I feel like people have a very definitive textbook way of defining a game, but like, I feel like there are many different ways to think about it. Alright, the door is finally open. If it was Total Biscuit, God rest his soul, Total Biscuit, he probably says something like, it has to have a failure state. That's something that, if you wanna talk about opinions and terms that fans of YouTubers parrot, that they repeat because their favorite guy said it, so now they said it too. Failure state and ludonarrative dissonance are the two that everybody just like regurgitates because their favorite YouTuber said it. And I think that favorite YouTuber was Total Biscuit and maybe a couple of others. It's like a real game, an actual video game, has to have a failure state. So like if you're playing a game, there has to be a way for you to lose the game and to win the game. But again, that is very much a Atari, NES, Super Mario Brothers way of looking at it, and not looking at it in terms of like all of the other games that we have, like, you know, visual novels and Tetris, or I don't know, just a bunch of games where like you don't necessarily win or beat it, you know? Ah! My mind control helmet, no! They're just a bunch of games that don't necessarily fit the bill, right? Or maybe not in the exact way that... Oh, shit. Well, that's going to tear me to pieces. Alright, run. Don't let the waves kill ya. Ah! Okay. Hurry! Oppa! Animal Crossing doesn't have a failure state or a way to win. Exactly! And it got nominated for Game of the Year. So, yeah. That definition, if the only consoles that you have on Earth is just going to the arcade or playing NES at your house, then yeah, maybe that definition might make sense. But, like, I feel like there are so many different kinds of games now. Even games where, like, you technically do win or lose, like a fighting game or something, you don't necessarily beat it, right? You don't like, okay, the game has been finished. The final boss has been defeated and the credits roll. No. You just keep playing the fighting game, right? Or you just keep playing Tetris, or you just keep playing, you know, that Slither.io game. You know, you can win and you can lose, but like, I don't know. there are failure states, but then there are games like Hades, where, like, the failure state is not even a fucking failure state because that's just progress, right? A roguelike, where, like, you carry over upgrades and stuff like that, you know? What about Pokemon? You lose a Pokemon battle, but you just go back to the Pokemon Center, you don't, like, you know, there's no, like, game over, start over, you know? Like, even losing in Pokemon is not that big of a consequence. You just lose a little bit of money, and they just take you back to the Pokemon Center. So is that really a failure state? You know, what are you failing at if you just get pulled back a little bit and lose a little bit of dash? You know? And what about this game, Inside, right? There's technically a failure state in Inside. But how much of a fucking failure state is it if you just, like, black fade out and you're back in here again, you know? You're, like, literally 5 steps back from where you were. Like, it's barely a failure if you can just start immediately after. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too, like, artsy-fartsy pretentious about it, but that's just how I feel. I feel like, you know, those are interesting questions that can be asked that most people don't really ask because who cares about that shit? But, like, you know. Despite how the games industry is predominantly younger people, they are strangely very stubborn and set on their ways on what they think a game should be. It's really odd. Only in the games industry you have a lot of young people that behave like crotchety old men. Like crotchety angry dudes. Okay, I can probably make it up if I... Alright, yeah, hit me with that shit. Alright, actually, hit me again. There we go. Whew. And then, wait, huh? Don't kill me! Ugh! I get turned into a piece of tomato sauce on the floor. So that thing spins... Ah, not far enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hey. All right. So now, how do I get over to that other side? Is there any machines, anything that I can work with? Ugh. So that just annihilates you. Is there any way that I can get over there and protect myself? I was thinking of having this spinny thing just spin over to the other side, but what the fuck do I do? Go back down the ladder, do the little thing. But I'm not gonna make it because unlike the fucking waves of all of these shonen anime fans that compare power levels with other fictional characters, they're showing off their power levels and I can't make it there in time. So what can I do? I can only think that maybe that's oval, that circular thing at the bottom, maybe that can move, maybe not. Just run. How? What do I do? I'm having a difficult time figuring out yeah, because then, like, that thing protects me when I go up the ladder, right? I really don't think I can make it if I go into it without protecting myself. There has to be some other switch or lever that I can use in order to be able to, make it over. Yeah, you see, like, I get all fucked up there, so I have to have that thing on the left. Is there anything else that I have that can help me get to the other side? I'm not seeing any boxes or anything else that's mobile. And I don't think it's an option to, like, just simply backtrack over here and just keep hitting the switch, because if I gotta go back, that kind of defeats the purpose. I can see that there are things that are falling apart, but like... maybe I don't have to use the lever at all. If going back down here with the lever is the only way to move this thing, maybe I just have to keep it moving and just not stop it ever, right? What if I just time it? Like, for real. Why can't I just do this? You see, and it still protects me. Oh, fuck, the sound of the fucking game just changed. And so when the thing passes by, I can just... yeah, you see? Like, it's coming, 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 it's coming. And... oi! There we go! And I'm still alive. So they just keep going. Oh my god, that worked. That actually worked. Shit. So that lever, that was just a red herring. That was just a way for you to be like... they made you think that you had to do something with it, but the actual key to that whole puzzle is not using the lever. Just like, don't stop it. Just keep it moving. Alright, I gotta... alright. Fuck! I'm gonna die! Just barely. But I'm fictional, but I still do voice acting like a real person. Cool. Good for you. Hey. Oh shit, I just made it worse for myself, didn't I? The wave is here too. What are all these people sitting down? Oh, well, maybe they're not people. They look more like test dummies to me. But why is this even a thing to test? What is this fucking key power wave machine? What does this got to do with anything? Oh god. They're trolling? Yeah, I guess they are trolling. They're trolling with their power levels. They want to prove to me that power scaling does matter in One Piece. Hold on. I'm gonna... They see me trolling. Yeah, troll in. We're trolling. They see me trolling. They hating. Ooh, yo, 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 yo. Ah! So close. I almost got annihilated. What are all of these machines even supposed to be? Oh, I can't move forward. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm gonna need to time it. Fuck. Alright. Now that's gonna protect me. Hey. Alright, go down. Yo, 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 yo. Ah! Yeah, I had a feeling. Ooh. Shit. Oh, wait, 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 wait. I can make it. I can make it. No, just barely. Okay. There we go. And then the tubes protect me. Boy. Yeah, this part is definitely intense. Especially with this music that was processed through a fucking human skull. Alright, no more YouTuber power scalers showing off their power level, okay? Showing off their power level. Alright, where to next? I can already feel the ending of the game getting pretty close. Press that button. We've been playing this game for 2.5 hours. Uh-oh. Is this elevator gonna work or no? They're already kind of implying that it might break. Oh, yeah, that wave thing is not a good thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, no. We are so fucked. And we can still move, or no? No, we can't. We can't. This ain't good. Gotta get the fuck out of here immediately. How do I get out? Shit. Yep. Light. Air. Yeah, don't drown, don't drown. Oh. You look at him and he's there like, gosh. Those subtle little expressions are so good. Oh, another one of these? Let's see what this one does. Okay, so there's no big trick to that one. Or is it? Or is it? Hold on, is there more stuff here, or no? Okay. My assumption is that I can swing there. Whoa! There we go. Okay, I figured I might have to, like, actually time the box with the lever and everything, but maybe not. That's good. I mean, look at this place. There's water here. Big megaphone, a big number 3 over there. This almost looks like a Half-Life thing. God, it's almost like every single little, like, in-between bit has a story to tell. Look, even the guy's like, whoa, what? What the fuck was that? I didn't even know. Again, I've seen God knows how many Let's Plays of this. I've seen this game be played many times, and I'm playing it now. I never once thought that me sitting there, that me just standing there and looking at the environment would do that. That it would show some, like, mysterious guy, like, actually closing the door. And, like, the game even, like, the kid turned around to look, you know? Like, there was something there. I'm telling you guys. Even for the people to say good things about this game, they don't give him enough credit, because people just go towards the level design, and I feel like most of the other shit is kind of being ignored. You know? Just little things that people don't even think about, or people that they don't even, like, stop. You know, they don't even stop to, like, you know, smell the roses for a little bit and then realize that, oh shit, there's stuff in the background that kind of moves, you know? It's a bunch of secret shit here that, like, that you don't even notice. Okay. Hold on. Oi! There we go. Well, I didn't really need to do that. Oh, hello. So there's that kid. That could be a boy or a girl, I don't know. It looks very similar to myself. But just with a lot of hair. This child is also, you know, plugged in. Well, it looks like it is, or might have been in the past, plugged into some stuff. Might have been some, like, failed experiment of this big corporation that's, like, you know, fucking with people in some way. I didn't even notice that was a... I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of people bumping into that sort of thing. Okay, so I gotta make it so that... Alright, so now it's the other way around. Now I gotta get that one first, and then the other one. Because I need to be up there in time. There we go. So now I get up, turn the thing on again. I also like that the kid just doesn't stay still when the box lifts up. Like, hey! You know, he's actually... And I'm dead. He's actually reacting to the... You know, the force of him getting, like, lifted up like that. If there was a Mario game, it would just be standing perfectly still as stuff goes up, you know? Or any other game, for that matter. Most games don't put that level of detail in mind. Okay. Let's get in there. Alright, get ready to jump. Overly autistic Greenbot 2.0 is playing 7 Days to Die. Overly autistic, what does that mean? That's kind of shitty to say. You're excessively autistic. What the fuck does that... What kind of username is that? Well, I feel bad for that thing, but like, oh no, don't get near me, don't get near me, don't get near me. Ah! What are you gonna do? Hello. I guess I just woke you up. Seems you were asleep. Now you're coming to get me. There we go. Doesn't seem like this kind of a creature. Doesn't seem like they can even be in the surface, period. They're like permanently water type Pokemon. They can't breathe any air at all. Even though they seem pretty human, and they have like cuffs on their legs and stuff like that, implying that they're like prisoners or something. Angry, lashing out, failed experiments, completely mind broken, just destroying whatever they fucking see. Or do they? Maybe they're just misunderstood, I don't know. There we go. There we go. Nope. Just Chuck Testa. I am going to die. Or am I? Haha. Not today. Okay. And what does that do? Oh. Okay. Do I gotta swing? So that's all dark. There's nowhere else I can go there. Don't get stabbed by that hook. Okay, the assumption here is that I gotta jump over there to the left. I'm still a real person even though I'm fictional. Uh-huh. In the same way that SpongeBob is a real person. Okay, so now I'm fucked because... now it does reach me. So I'm here now, but like... yeah, now that dude is way further down. Wait, where exactly am I supposed to go? I'm not quite understanding where. And what's over here? Oh, there's a button! Okay, and that just closes the door. So if I want to get to that button in time, I must have a lot of distance between me and that boy slash girl slash abomination or whatever the fuck that is. Okay, I'm probably doing this the long way. But, okay. I understand what's going on here. So I have to make that girl go, like, all as far to the left as I possibly can. Okay. Oh, wow. But then it's the same shit. Like, if I land on this platform back here again... Yeah, it's the same. Because then I'm gonna have to swim over to the right side anyway. And it takes a while for me to get there. And this kid is going to catch up no matter what. So what I need to do is to use this to attract the attention of... Okay. I need to use the chain to lure the kid back over there to the left, but still have enough time to grab onto the chain and make my way back to the right. So like that, I have plenty of time to go and hit the button and have the door close on her. Her, him, it, whatever. I don't give a shit. Will it... Get over here, I dare you. Alright, I see. I see. So, like, in the middle of the chain coming over, I have to swim my way over. Actually, let's give ourselves even more time. Let's buy ourselves more time. Alright. This is a much better solution, I think. Alright, so go in there. Fuck, I got taken this time. So swimming up on the surface is not as fast as just swimming underwater. Like, fully submerged on the water. So what I can do, on top of that, is get over here. Alright, so now you're over here. So now... And then swim all the way over here. So now you're chasing me around. Fuck, come on! Just fucking barely. Can I reach that hook while I'm in the water? Because it doesn't seem like... Yeah, no, even if I know, I am nowhere near reaching that. I am nowhere near reaching that chain, even if I make it to the other platform. Let's see, so I'm here. Get over here. Can I reach it? It kind of looks like I can. I can't see any other way to do this. Because there's no way that I can send anything over there to press the button for me. Ah, this fucking girl keeps fucking catching me. And I'm so close to the end, too. Well, not so close. There's still a few things that I need to do, but, like... We're, like, easily, like, We're, like, 75% through the game already. We really aren't that far off from the ending. We're not right at the ending, but, like, we're getting there. This is definitely, like, easily the second half of the game. Alright, now you're all the way over here. Okay, so I didn't have to submerge myself at all. Just dip my toe in there, literally. So now you're all the way over there. So now I can swim all the way down here. And I got plenty of time before you catch up to me. And of course they do that thing where it's like, oh man, you were so close. You were almost mincemeat there. You were almost a Jill sandwich. Alright. So now you keep going, and I'm pretty sure there's a part here where, like, the platform breaks. Something here breaks. Where, you know, you kind of, your expectations are subverted in a way. Oy. Again, look at the fucking beautiful backgrounds, man. Look at the wonderful, amazing little backgrounds. The lights and what they're highlighting. You know, the fact that there used to be at least a ton of fucking people down here. Oh, I gotta push it. Okay, yeah, so now, and you've fallen into the water, they're showing you that. There's another one of these over here. That just looks like feet. They look like two long shoes. Clown shoes. Oh? Looks like I can open this. Oh, so now, yeah, now I have plenty of time to catch up. Open that, but then that's not gonna work because... On a bit of a Metroid kick, just finished Other M. Other M, isn't that the one that everybody hates? I feel like playing Super Metro now. Time to turn on the SNES Classic. I get the feeling that you like Other M. I don't know. I've never really played it. All I ever saw was reviews and people just hating that game. Mostly because of the story. Because Samus talks and has a lot of melodrama. And she's not allowed to use any of her abilities unless her fucking weird boyfriend tells her to do it. Like, yes, you are authorized to do this, or you're not authorized to do that. It was a very un-Metroid kind of game. I feel people over-exaggerate. I think it's fine. Yeah, I had a feeling that you'd say that. Because I have a feeling that I would say that too. If I actually played it, but I never have. I like that the kid is actually looking down at the water. That's a really nice detail. There's so many fucking little tiny details that nobody seems to acknowledge with this game. Alright. Fuck. So I am able to make it. Alright, I see what I'm supposed to do. Supposed to go all the way back here. Lure the lady of the lake here. I love how it jumps like, hoi! That was close. Alright, go down. Don't bother about going through the door. Just turn on the button and go back. There we go. She had her hands right here. She was very close to killing me. I like the idle animation of the kid swimming as well when there's no... Fuck! You actually got me! Very poorly timed. I like the little floating idle animation of the kid not moving or doing anything. Alright, you're right there. Alright, it sucks that I have to redo this whole thing all over again, but that was my fault for poorly timing it. I guess that would be the failure state. And the failure state and the punishment for the failure state is to have to redo the thing all over again. But, like, again, how much of a failure is it when it's, like, a second before you fuck up, and this is a very, you know, mundane, easy thing that you have to do. Like, it's not skill-based or anything. It's just finding out what to do and then do it, right? So how much of a failure is it as opposed to just wasting your time a little bit, you know? I don't know. These are just the kind of I mean, it kind of gets to those arguments of like, well, what do you expect the game to do, right? If you die in the game, do you die in real life? You know, do you die in the game and the fucking CD just explodes and you can't play the game, you know, ever again? You gotta re-buy a new copy? You know, is that enough of a failure state for you? But that's not necessarily what I'm arguing for. What I am arguing for or against is like, if people say that real video games or you know, are games that you play where you win and where you forcefully win and forcefully lose, or a failure state, as you say, then like, you know, we have to know what that failure state actually looks like, right? And what's a legit failure state and what's not. If that even serves a purpose anymore, because that makes sense. If you're the owner of a business that has an arcade and you want to make some money off of stupid little kids that will play the same game over and over again for the entire day, that will beg their parents for a bag full of quarters, then yeah, that failure state thing totally, you know, works, because that's to your benefit of like, yeah, play Metal Slug and die a million times. You have 9 seconds. If you don't insert another coin, you're going to lose your progress, you know? And then they make those games deliberately like super duper hard so that you keep fucking pumping money into those machines. Then the failure state would work, because your money grubbing hands would benefit from it. But now that everybody can just play games in their home, and it'd be bullshit if you had to like dump quarters into your NES every time you wanted to play. They don't do it, right? So like, but they still have that philosophy of arcade games, right? Where like, if you lose, you have to start all over. But why? If I'm not spending money and it's a game that I own and I want to beat it or whatever, right? I'm not saying that, you know, players are owed a victory the moment they buy a game, right? I still feel like it's really satisfying when you earn it, when you actually try hard to win at something, but still. It's just a question. I think I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up. I need to push the button again to close the door. Now I get it. I need to push the button at the same time that I'm going there. So instead of me swimming as it opens, I need to swim as it closes, just like the other one, so that I don't get chased around by the thing anymore. The only thing I'm not a fan of is Samus's voice actress, or voice direction. The voice itself is fine, but she really drones during her monologues. It's also extremely linear. So many doors blocking me from places I've been. Yeah, that game is definitely not perfect. It seems like the reasons for why, people say that the game is terrible is because of one or two things. And that's basically just Samus's personality, like the melodrama behind her thing, and the fact that she can't use her powers, all of her powers immediately, you know, like they're kind of drip-fed in a way that it seems kind of contrived and just in a way that doesn't make sense. And people just harp on those two things constantly, and I never really heard anyone else actually talk about how the game plays. People have said that it's fine. That they like the mix. They like the mix of blending 2D with like the first person shooting kind of thing. But again, it's been years, like literal years, since I've heard anybody talk about Other M. Other than like making shitty remarks towards how bad it is. And because I never played the game and I never got to experience it for myself, and again, just parrot and regurgitate opinion that my favorite YouTuber has. I just sort of instinctively agreed with them. But, now that there's emulators and Dolphin and stuff like that, and I'm sure I could probably find that game for super cheap at a GameStop or something. Or on eBay. I still have my Wii. I can still play it. It's not like I don't have the consoles anymore. I still have a Wii. Not only do I still have a Wii, but I still have it plugged in and ready to just turn on and play. So I could very easily just track down a copy of the game and play it. And actually do the unthinkable and develop my own opinion about the game instead of just, you know, regurgitating whatever whatever my favorite opinion haver has. Just like how Tim Rogers says, game likers. A lot of game likers out there say that Tokimeki Memorial is one of the greatest games ever made. Oh, this is the bit. Alright, this part is actually really cool. For anybody that's still watching the stream and hasn't left, to get the earwax out of your ears and the schmutz out of your eyes, because this part's really cool. Oh, finally, I'm saved. Oh no! Fuck, I'm not saved! No! No, no, get me out of here! No! I'm a virgin, I don't have a condom yet! I'm just gonna let this shit play. So at this point, you're really weirded out, right? Because it's like, fuck, I'm dead. This is what happens when you die, right? But there's no fate to black. It just keeps going. So like, what happens? What does this person do to you after you get caught? The lighting and everything. You see, now that person let you go. And he plugged some weird shit into you. The same... And it has a yellow glow as the other, like, mind control things. And you're sinking down super duper deep. You're just sinking down like a rock. So you're dead, right? They really let it hang. There you go, you're at the super duper very bottom. So many fish, I mean, eventually. After going so deep down. There's like video cassette tapes here. Lights. And voila! Who knows what that weird specimen did to me? Who knows what happened during that whole thing? Who knows what that fucking girl fucking plugged into me while I was sinking? But I'm alive. And I can breathe underwater now. Just like that other girl. Except that I actually have a haircut. And she doesn't. And now the fish are following me around. So now, those fishes are the clue. They gave me gills. You'll have something new later on. Oh, wow. New is kind of putting it lightly. You see, this is fucking cool. You can swim through like this old like studio or like office space. The weird part is that the chairs are still sitting there and they're not like floating around or anything. But there's a bunch of other shit that's also floating around here. That looks like a person right there. Floating dead. Probably already devoured by all of the fish that are here. So again, like, why are the fish following me? Like, have I been turned into something different because of that yellow thingy that got plugged into me? I don't know. And this looks like a fucking tunnel for like a parking space or something. Lockers. Containers, barrels. You can't worry about drowning anymore. Yeah. This is transitioning into something else. I adore this kind of contrast. I've always loved this. Tiny thing versus incredibly enormous thing. There's an art term for that with paintings. I forget what the term is. I forget what the term is, but it's a cool term that is like contrasting big shit with small shit. And it's really daunting. I love it. So there's a bunch of stuff here. I don't know if there's anything secret down below. They're allowing me to go lower down below. What I do wish is that maybe there's like a slightly faster way to swim or something. I don't know. Alright, I opened that. Or no? Okay, well I flipped that thing. Whatever that is. Oh! Another one of those secret things. But that one seems turned off already. That one doesn't seem like I can interact with it. This is super duper cool. I like how the fish are just trailing the path that you take. It just copies where you are. It's like how in an RPG when you have like a line of 4 people and they just follow whatever your steps are. Anyway, progress is over here. I'm gonna stop for a second because I know that it opens and closes and I just want to time it properly. So much fish. How do you survive? What the fuck do you eat down here, fish? Alright, grab on because I know that there's like turbines and shit. There we go. I just have to hold on. Ah! Pretty good indication that that shit is dangerous. By showing you a bunch of fish getting sliced up. Showing all the red splatter out of them. Oh, God, that was close. Okay, fish and actual normal people body parts. Alright, so that's something that I can... My God! Underwater on such a tight little enclosed space like this one. Underwater on tiny tunnels. If you're already claustrophobic, imagine swimming through that shit. Alright, dead bodies and rats. Awesome. God, how much more, like, awful and rancid can this place be? I like this better than, like, the abandoned Aperture Science kind of shit. Which it wasn't bad at all. I like that environment too, but this is just so much more dense. There's just so much more to it, you know? So much more detail. And I'm dead! Hey! Sure, the thing that killed me a million times in the beginning is still killing me now. Alright, we're almost done with this game. We've been going for 3 hours, but I said that I was going to play through the whole thing in one sitting. And I said I was gonna do it, so I'm gonna do it. And I can already feel myself getting pretty close to the end here anyways, so. There isn't enough time for me to get in there. I'm gonna die again. It doesn't even let me jump up. Maybe the other way around. I gotta wait for that to go all the way to the right. fast. There you go. There you go, baby. There you go, baby. Okay, that's still not enough. Oof. Take it all the way to the right. Gotta... Alright. There we go. Now I can get up and jump over there. Got the fact that the machinery approaching you, you know, pushing and pulling, going in and going away, that sort of adds to the sound atmosphere and the soundtrack. Most of the soundtrack is just like really ominous drones. So all of this machinery kind of adds to it as if it was another instrument in the orchestra of this very fucking scary place. Again, more of those capsules. And then there's that little spot that I gotta... Wait, better not miss. And of course, I'm not worried about drowning anymore. The fisherman up with me again. And again, the little particles and dots and details on the water. It's so perfect. And then that reflection as well. My god, this game is so fucking good. So enormously, obsessively detailed. This game runs so well, too. Not a single fucking loading screen. It looks beautiful and it runs beautiful. And my PC is not like... It's not the most powerful thing in the world. I would say it's like a mid-tier PC. And I tried playing Half-Life Alyx not too long ago on this PC. And in parts where there's absolutely nothing in the environment, it runs like a charm. But literally, the moment it starts to load anything, you know, when like the levels get bigger and a little crazier, it's like 10% speed. Super slow motion. And I can't quite play it. Because it's so slow and every movement, every single movement that I made is delayed. It's delayed by like 5 seconds. It's awful. Okay. That's a shame, yeah. So yeah, I can enjoy the first 10 minutes of Half-Life Alyx before it all breaks and it's impossible to play. So chances are I might have to... First of all, I need to see if my PC can even be changed or like modified in any way. Because I know that there are some PCs that you can't... There are some PCs that you simply can't upgrade. But mine literally has like a glass wall that I can like unscrew and open, you know, and it shows all of the parts inside of it. So I should be able to add like a graphics card and maybe some more RAM or something to it. I need to see like what brand my computer is and what serial number and all that stuff. I need to see what's possible with this PC so that I can just buy brand new graphic-y stuff for it so that I can run games better. And again, that's mostly for virtual reality games, because literally any other game that I try to play that is not a VR game works pretty well. Even newer games, if I play them at like medium or low settings, they work fine. There are people hanging upside down. And the water is upside down. Are they upside down or am I upside down? You should be able to upgrade it. I think some things depend on the motherboard and the power supply. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Because I have a lot of things plugged in with USB connections. I even have a USB hub. And like half of it is full, plus the stuff that's on my actual PC. And I always have moments where... I always have these moments where all of my USB shit just like randomly shuts down. Or like I try to plug in a bunch of stuff and like one thing doesn't work despite it being actually plugged in. So my assumption is that maybe the power supply is not enough. You know, like it can't spread power towards everything. And so what I'm afraid of is that I I buying you graphics card, or I buying you this, or I buying you that for my computer to be better, and then it won't work, you know? And I'm not going to be patient enough to find out what it is that's not working. I'll just assume that it's broken and that I wasted $400. I know that's not the case. But then, like, if to have a part of the computer that works, if I need to spend more money so that the thing that I spent a lot of money works, then that's something that I just have to plan out ahead of time. I need to have a game plan and a list of things that I need and why I need them, and how to use each of them so that all of this actually works. You know, my brain is thinking, just buy the big expensive thing and slap it onto your computer and it should work, right? But like, if it doesn't have enough power to power it, how do you do that? Do you have to replace the power supply, or do you need to have another upgrade for that thing? Or is it just a thing that you click on your computer? So, you know, you go to settings and it's like, oh, just, you know, don't limit the power. Or something like that, right? Like, just, what is it exactly that I have to do? I don't know, because I've never done anything when it comes to building your own PC and stuff like that. And I'm just scared that I'll fuck something up. Even though the first thing, whenever I see, like, PC building videos or people reacting to people building PCs terribly, the first thing that those people say is always, don't be scared of building your own PC. Don't be afraid of, like, breaking stuff. As long as you follow the directions and you have some good sources, like, what you can do, like, there are literal videos out there that teach you step by step how to do everything. Step by step, they teach you how to do everything and how to they teach you what tools you need, what do you have to screw in, what do you have to screw out. Stuff like that. Curious what your graphics card and RAM is. I don't know where to find that on my computer. I'm assuming that if I go to the control panel or something. PC specs. PC spec checker. How to check your full specifications on Windows 10. Let's see. Open Start. Search for MSInfo32 and click the top result. MSInfo32. System information. App. Let's see. Microsoft Windows 10 Home. Alright, Hasio, here it is. I have, from the looks of it, an AMD Ryzen 7 2700X. For 2700X. 8-core processor. 3700 megahertz. 8 cores. And 16 logical processors. That's the graphics thing, I guess. And then, RAM? Installed physical memory. So RAM. 8 gigs. I have 8 gigabytes of RAM. Total physical memory, 7.95. Available physical memory, 1.98. And then virtual memory is 16. Available memory is 2. Page file space 8. I think the important part is 2 things, right? The RAM, 8 gigs. And then the processor, AMD Ryzen 7, 2700X, 8-core processor. With 3700 megahertz, 8 cores. I know I'm gonna sound like an old man, but I have no fucking idea what any of that means. I don't know if that means anything to you, but that's what that says. Why did my recording get paused? There we go. Don't pause it. Although I haven't dropped any frames at all, so I don't think I'll have to, like, upload this manually or anything. Alright, I'll keep that open. Alright, there's a ladder here. I'm sure everything that I'm doing here is going to connect to that other thing at the top. Okay. So this is tied... Oh, I see. I see what I'm supposed to do. I need this. But it's tied to that pole, so what I have to do... Bring it up. Alright, is that fast? Alright, so bring that down. So it pretty much just has to go all the way to the top. I don't know much either, but I try to find what I have and look things up. Yeah, to see, like, what's better than that, right? And what's compatible and shit like that. I don't know. To me, like, if I want to have a cool-ass PC, or, like, better graphics and stuff like that, I think the best thing to do, for me personally, because I like doing this kind of shit, just, like, learning new things. Learning how to do stuff like this. As soon as I get a job, and as soon as I start to get, like, a consistent paycheck, as opposed to nothing, I think I might want to save up some money on the side to give myself a budget for a cool-ass PC and just build it. You know? Just make a custom PC, buy all the parts, and then just, you know, find a guy on YouTube that knows how to do all of this shit, and just learn how to do it. I think the best way to lose my fear of that is to learn how to do it, and then I can take... I don't even know, like, can I use this PC? Like, the one that I have is pretty big. You know, I can use this as, like, a case. I know that people have, like, crazy-ass cases that, like, have rainbow colors, RGB colors and shit like that, but, like, you know. I feel like that'd be cool to learn. In the same way that I'm learning game development right now, learning, like, Blender and fucking, RPG Maker and Godot and all that stuff. I think it'd be cool, you know? I like learning new things, but, like, the problem is that a PC is something that I use every day, you know? I can't have, you know, days where I don't have a PC. I can use my Mac. I mean, before my PC, I used to use my Mac for everything, but now I have all of these games that only work on Windows. And so I can't have myself be out of commission for a computer for a while. I just have to, like, save up the money and start slowly gaining all the parts, and then one day just do it all. Just do it all in one day. Alright, so what I have to do here, I already know. It has to be at an angle. There we go, so that it shows up here. Alright. So now that's gonna show up there where I need it. It's going to fly. And then there we go. So now I gotta go back to where I was before. And I have to use, I essentially have to double up on the boxes. I have to do the lift twice in a row. I did upgrade my RAM from 8 to 16. Yeah, it seems like upgrading the RAM to as much as you can is a pretty good choice. I added 2 SSDs and another hard drive because I ran out of space. Damn. Yeah, the thing that I want for the most part is to have my VR games run as best as possible. Because regular flat screen TV games, all of them for the most part run decently well. Not perfectly, but decently well. You know, even The Witcher runs pretty well at decent settings, but at like 30 FPS, right? If I went at a 60, it has to be like, you know, practically everything at low. You see, like, I don't even know what an SSD is, you know? That's how basic my knowledge is. Like, I have to, like, go in and Google, like, what's an SSD? What does it do? How does it benefit me? Why should I buy one? What kind of you know, like, how powerful should this shit be? Ooh. You see now I'm swimming here. With all of these reverse hung people. Or mind-controlled people. This is cool. This looks like a fucking metal or punk rock album cover or something. There's some people that are twitching and shit. Do all these people breathe or are they... You see, that guy's completely headless. And he's plugged in. And this guy just got turned into mush. You know? Got like worms coming out of him and stuff. The same worms that the pig had. I had my first SSD as a boot drive, so the computer starts up super fast. And I recently bought the second purely for certain open world games to load faster. So that's what that is stuff that... An SSD is something that helps... Is something that helps, make shit load faster? Because I know that... They would say that for the PlayStation 5. We have the super powerful SSD. Look at Spider-Man Miles Morales loading in like 2 seconds. SSD is basically like a hard drive, except a lot faster. So you can put memory on that stuff. You can save stuff on it. You can save pictures. I mean, I know about like, you know, like an HD, like a hard drive. You know, I know what a hard drive is. You know, I have an external hard drive right now where I'm keeping and that's where I'm storing and running all of my games. I know what an EHD external hard drive is, but I don't know what a solid state drive is, you know? And if it's like a hard drive, it's like, well, what's the difference? So based on how I hear things, it's like, okay, it's a thing that makes the computer run faster and for games to load faster, right? Specifically. SSD is basically like a hard drive. It's storage. But just fast. Cool. Like, not even that I know, you know? When I bought this computer, I bought it at bestbuy.com online. And I just typed in VR-ready PCs. PCs that have, you know, high enough graphics to be able to run VR games. And I just got the most affordable one. Which was like about, like a clean $1,000. This is me like after like saving up so much money, right? Like, it's not like, oh yeah, I have so much money because I am so privileged and I will just throw money at it and there we go, shiny new PC. If that was the case, I would have been a PC gamer fucking ages ago. I saved up for that, and I bought it, and gosh, look at this, they're fucking trafficking people. There's even there like a child with his dad being like, see son, this is what I do for a living. Someday this will be you. Look at that shit. This is pretty fucking awful. Yeah, and your selfish ass is like, oh yeah, all of those people are getting mind controlled, but not my son. All of this is okay to do as long as it's not happening to me. Alright. But yeah. I just got, you know, whatever the most affordable PC was for me. And I bought it, and I got it in the mail, and literally straight out of the box, I just opened it, plugged it in, turned it on, and herein lies the video game live stream that you are seeing before your eyes right now. You know, that's all there is to it. Okay, so typical. When the water touches the door, it goes down. Can I jump up there? Not quite. Okay. So if I go down... Okay, so all of this is submerged in water. In upside down water. Can I carry this thing? While I'm in the water? Yes, I can. Can I, like... what can I do with this box? What am I supposed to do in order to make it across? No music, by the way. Just a bunch of droning noises. I can go even lower and just completely submerge the thing in water. Okay, and then that door opens. Okay, I can completely get rid of the water, but that still doesn't help me in making my way across. My problem I had when I got my PC was the OS wasn't activated. Heard it's supposed to come with an activation code when it's pre-installed, but I couldn't find it anywhere. That's pretty stupid. That's not something that's just, like, done for you. Gosh, my nose is a mess today. How do I pull this off? My brain is getting a little scrambled with this. If there's something that I can do where I can make it all the way up there by swimming. I like that the water actually falls. So you can't push it down. You can only change it from one side to the other. What if I put it here where I can catch it? Whoopa. God, that'd be fucking weird. Could you imagine being able to do that? Where up is water? Okay, so obviously I can't do that. So the only way for me to cross... Okay, I think I see what to do here. I may be completely wrong, but let's see. So what I have to do is that I have to set up the box so that it shows up here, essentially. And then I get rid of the water. The box will fall down. And I have to make the water low enough to where the door won't close, but at the same time I can reach up so that I can swim. There we go. Okay, so I think that works. Yeah, because I can get here and jump up. And now I can make it. Both doors are open, in fact. There we go. Oh, okay, now there's sound. Yeah, the whole thing was like from the perspective of that soundproof screen. Alright, I guess I just gotta submerge and see what I find. I keep forgetting that I can actually breathe underwater. Okay, more people submerged upside down. And there's that guy. Can I... Ugh! Yeah, I figured that they would grab me. It's really interesting how these people, they know immediately what to do at a moment's notice. Their responses are almost robotic. Any normal person wouldn't, like, the moment they see you, just immediately, like, grab you and shit. They'd be confused and be like, how'd you get here? What the fuck? You know? They probably have some questions. They wouldn't just, like, robotically immediately try to go and snap your neck, you know? Alright, and what does this do? Oh, now the water's rising. Oh, God, oh, God. Oh, and they're alive, and they're all moving. Whoa, they're all following me, and I don't even have a helmet. Could it be that fucking thing that... Could it be that thing that girl plugged into me? It was the same yellow... It had that same yellow sort of design queue. It had the same sort of design queue as the mind control thing, so maybe there's a connection. Also, here's something really creepy. Whenever you move, that body there, that body also wants to follow you, but he's only body parts right now. He can't actually move. So when I move, it moves. And look at that. That's like all of its different limbs also wobbling around. Look at that. That's super creepy. That's also kind of a hint at what's gonna happen next. That's a bit of a tease for what you're up against in a little bit. Also, I want to point out that some of these people don't have heads. Some of these people are like literally limbless. They only have like legs, and that's it. But they still follow you and move around. Here are the capsules again. Some of these are turned off, some of these are turned on. Okay, I need these guys to give me a boosty. Oi. I can't reach. Oi. Okay, so not even with my friends. Not even with my friends can I reach, so I'm gonna need either more people or something, just something different. Just to punch that switch. Now the question here is, why the fuck would anybody have a button up that high? Who punches that button? For what reason? You know? Should I flip this switch again? Now that these guys are freed? This is the only thing that I can grab again. So now the water is down. Without the guys being all hung. So maybe what I can do is that I can jump up into the water. I know how weird that sounds. And then fall down and get to the button. There we go. And these guys are gonna follow me. Wow. What a game. And then they're following me because they can see my fucking shadow of me swimming. What the fuck? That and like probably just like the mind connection that I have with these guys. And they catch me when I fall so that I don't die. Great. And all of these guys fucking follow me too. All of these mind-controlled guys. They just pass by me and suddenly like I have a bigger influence than whatever hive mind these guys are being controlled by or whatever. Well, I'm dead. Okay, so what I have to do is probably let these guys fall first. Or maybe they can just give me a boosty. So that I can get on the other side. There we go. And then those guys just die and fall to their deaths. And Q. Oh, there's two people there. They're gonna close that door. I'm sure. Or not. Maybe it isn't a door. So this is part of the trailer. I remember when they first announced this game. Here's where they would just, you know, show the logo and stuff. Look, there's another guy running there. Is it all of the mind-controlled guys? No, it's two people. There's a bunch of people running over there. Gosh, it's impressive. The bigness of all the big stuff and the tininess of all the tiny stuff. And how you can sort of barely make it out. So if I fall, these guys should break my fall, right? They'll catch me. Alright, naked dudes. The next thing that I need you to do is to give me a boosty up here. Yeah, facing this direction. Boy, there we go. Thank you. Well. Sorry that I have to leave you. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I can bring you guys with me like you're fucking Pikmin or something. Oh. Where does this take me? This is... Okay, this is back to where I was. And they're still following me from up there. Okay, so obviously there's nothing here. Okay, they just keep showing potentially the same two people on a loop running over there. Okay, but those guys are still following me, right? There has to be something that I can still do with them if they're still if they're letting me go back up here, and if there's a higher elevation up there. Okay, yeah, getting them back essentially, so now they can come into the elevator along with me for whatever platform I'm gonna have to need to get through. Okay. So now I come down here. There we go. I didn't have to abandon any of you folks. You're my entourage. Let's go commit crimes together. Could you imagine fucking getting mugged by a small child and his fucking 20 zombie friends? All they do is give you boosties. I don't know what I'm supposed to compare them to. What other game with a lot of little henchmen that die constantly should I compare it to? Lemmings, Patapon, Loco-Roco, Worms. Not Worms. You see, like, that whole little bit that I just walked by, that was fucking cool. Okay, it seems like now for good I am actually leaving them. There's still people running this direction. What's going on? Number 4. Yeah, these numbers have been ascending the entire time. Look at that. There's smoke coming out of that ashtray. That means that the cigarette was just recently lit. Which means that we're no longer in a place that's like super duper abandoned. All of this seems like new and sleek, not underwater or full of rats and gunk. There's a phone. You can hear it. Boop, boop, boop. You can very subtly hear it. The phone they got hung up on. More people running just like you. I'm at number 4. Everything is clean now. You have that, some red, like, blood on the walls. Look at that. That looks like a fucking alien right there. And a camera, they're being recorded with chairs, people seeing it. Same shit with these other ones. Like experiments on making like weird flashy zombie dudes. Yeah, they're turning around to look at me and looking around at the thing. I'm looking at the guy. Everyone's like almost in a panic. Nobody gives a shit about like taking me in anymore. Everybody's like, yeah, like very quickly just leave the fucking car there. Yeah, they don't give a shit about the kid anymore. It's like, what? Your kid? No, fuck it. All right. Just a bunch of people that keep showing up. And they're all looking at this one thing. What is this thing? What is this mysterious epic thing? They just keep staring at it. They all have the same pants, the same shirt. Businessmen, people working for this company. Well, it's very mysterious. Scary in a way, because it's that mystery, right? Like, what the fuck is this? To the point that they don't care about apprehending me anymore. I love that detail. I love that detail. They have the bumpy thing where it makes the fucking phone thing go away so that I have space to fucking get up here. My god. What a fucking brilliant piece of thing that this is. Results and stuff getting printed out on paper. Little tiny things that most people wouldn't fucking bother doing. Okay, I guess I gotta get up here. What a resourceful little child this is. And the muscle strength to like fucking climb up with these tubes and ropes and stuff. Alright, I guess we're gonna go and find out what this big mysterious thing is. I already know what it is. And I've spoiled it a million times in this playthrough. Yeah, even people up top. Everybody's like impressed. They're gobsmacked by what they're seeing. Is the next Smash Brothers character being revealed? They're watching Sakurai talk right now. They're seeing him play a Sephiroth. I love those little transitions. Not a single loading screen in this entire fucking game. I want to see a playthrough of this where it's just like one smooth run, you know, like no stopping, no deaths, none of that. Just one perfectly smooth run where you beat the whole game without dying once and with no loading screens. So I guess I can control this thing, take myself down. And there we go. There's the ladder. Get in there. Making progress. Okay, now I can say for a lot of certainty that we are very, very, very close to the end. We're practically at the final lap of this Mario Kart race that we call inside. Imagine a Mario Kart course that is this. Alright, jump into the water. This is not what the people were staring at. Alright, so what does this do? This shuts down the power for this little thing. Alright, pull that with my child strength. And then pull that. And so that opens the hatch. That opens the hatch to something. And this thing. But I don't have enough time to get up there. Alright, I think this is the final puzzle before things start to get kind of crazy. Alright, turn the power back on this thing. Alright, and then grab onto this thing. There we go. And this thing is getting stronger. Not gonna be able to hold on forever. Oi! Goodbye, clothes. And now I'm there. Hello, look at my dinky. I'm going to unplug all of this shit because, I'm anti-establishment. Look at me. I don't follow the societal norms. Fear me. Ooh. But yeah, I guess people can be surprised instinctively. So yeah, this is the shit that people were staring at. This gross-ass amalgamation is just a bunch of fleshy shit. I could totally, like, explore around and see the surroundings of this thing. And see what, you know, what the hell it's plugged into. It almost looks like an eyeball. It's plugged into a million things. And it's almost like all of the people that they were trafficking and mind controlling all fused into one thing. Pulsating. And this also has the orange dots from the mind control stuff, so like, you know, this kid, for some reason, is coming in to unplug the shit out of it, right? Nope! It's trying to grab me. Alright, let's get this third one in here. No, and then the kid just got swallowed up by that thing. And now I can move it. Fuck that thing that I'm plugged into. Now I am in control of it. What the fuck are you guys looking at? Who the hell said that you could come in and watch without paying money first? Fuck off, you fucking sons of bitches. Try to make an experiment out of me. Ah! Here we go. Now you're in for it. Ah! No blood. Ugh. Ah! This gross ass thing is making noises and oh no. You think that's gonna stop me? Nope. How about no? Yeah. Cause all the destruction. Blah blah blah. Fuck this thing. Fuck the ashtray. Oh blah. Yeah. Are you still alive, my friends? Yes, it is I, small little boy. I have evolved beyond human recognition and beyond human understanding. Look at this fucking disgusting thing. Like a bunch of flesh pile of stuff. It's like the heads, the arms, the legs of so many different people. For what purpose was this shit made? I have no idea. Maybe this is the thing that is creating the hive mind that is controlling all of the people in this corporation. Carry me up! Carry me up, my servants. Ugh, awful, disgusting, fleshy monstrosity. I love it. I'm too big and fat for the elevator. I'm okay. No! I'm okay. Just came here, joining the party. Woo! But look at this. Like, all of these people fucking staring at me, screaming, yelling, suffering. This is all your fucking fault. This really is all your fault. You guys made this thing. And all you did was stare at it and take selfies with it, you assholes. Take this with me. Oh, also, pay attention to this little thing. This little thing that I just landed on. Yeah, look at it. Big hill, the trees, the water, and look what's beyond the water. Looks like a building or some other big ass thing. Some other part of the diorama that seems to be still under construction. Something that's not, you know, quite finished yet. You know, with some lights or something. The fact that this thing is making noises. That just makes it even scarier. And everybody's just staring at it. No one is doing anything about it. People suck. This monster is a little finicky to control, though. Yeah, grab it, grab it, grab it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We got it, Whoopsie daisy. I need this as a platform, okay? And move it over here. Yeah, good. It's a good thing that this big monster absorbed the expert platforming kid. Because now they have the knowledge of all the boxes and shit. Fuck lunchtime. Who said it was a time for you guys to eat? The only person that gets to feed here is me. I'm mad, but I ain't stressing. Hi, boss. I want a raise. What do you mean you're not gonna give it to me? What do you mean I gotta work on Sunday? Well, fuck you! That's pretty fucking dark. I did joke about it just now, but I do... That kind of fucked me up a little bit the first time I did. You know? That was like the... Ugh. That was like the boss. That could have been like the CEO, the president of the whole fucking... The president of the whole fucking company talking about his next scheme or whatever, talking to his wife and kids or something that haven't gotten mind controlled yet. And suddenly... his creation fucking comes in crashing through his door like the fucking Kool-Aid man and kills him, you know? Potentially the most inhuman man out of this entire game, potentially the one person behind all of this, showed one split second of humanity and him fucking screaming for his life as he gets smashed in the worst fucking way. In probably the worst fucking way possible. I love that he slips on the blood. Well, there you go. That's where he ended up. A pile of fucking tomato sauce on the floor. I guess I need this. Yeah, this game is dark as fuck. you know, it's moments like those where it's like, this game can't possibly just be a bunch of random bullshit just to show off cool levels. And the levels, I mean, they're not even that cool. They're like really basic run and jump, you know, they're basically Mario levels, right? But what, the thing that makes them special is how they're connected to everything else that we're seeing, right? How they lead into all of these things. Fuck these dogs, I don't give a shit. You think I care? Wait, am I gonna need... Yeah, you don't even know what the fuck to do now, huh? If only I had more force to swing this 2x4, you'd all be dead. Let me get up here. Thank you. It would have been funny if the dogs were actually scared. They were like, whimpering. Oh, let me fall again on my big fat ass. Ow. I am very powerful. I have broken through glass. I have broken the floor and all that stuff, and I have not started bleeding at all. The only blood that I have on my body is the blood that I splurges out of others. Look at that. There's people up top that are staring. There's that guy that opened the door for me. What's up? You think... Why does this guy care? Why doesn't he just run? So why are they helping me all of a sudden? So, now that the hive mind... You know, the thing that got plugged into everything, controlling everyone. Maybe now they have come to their senses. They're like, what have we fucking done? The least we can do is let this fucking thing escape. You know? Or maybe not. Maybe this is all just part of the fucking plan. Because... My god. This is fucked. The fact that all of those screams, they come from that big blob thing. Ooh, it's just, ugh. Ugh. Throw that. Actually, you go, oh, yeah. This looks like something out of a fucking horror movie, like The Thing or The Blob or some shit like that. But it makes it kind of funny that we're still like fucking like platforming and puzzle solving and shit. Like, oh, I gotta get this box. Ew! Ew! Look! That fucking thing, it's still moving! It's like when you cut off an iguana's tail and the tail is still like slithering around. Not that I've ever done that. But, what'd I do? Do I pull this door off? Oh, wait, I see. Yeah, sure. Now all of these fucking doors are now designed around the big blob guy, right? Even when I'm not there, these fucking things are still moving. And still moving in the direction that I'm going, too. That's the fucked up part. Is that they still kind of want to follow me. Alright, yeah. Oh? Do I just break that? Alright, sure. I love it when doors open via light bulb breaking. It's expensive, but it keeps the thieves out. Should I have brought the box with me? Yeah. I think I do need to bring the box with me. My one and only friend since my birth. You come with me. If it doesn't disappear, or if it doesn't need to stay in a, you know, pressed on a button or something. If I can take it with me to other areas, chances are, yeah, I do need to take it with me to other areas. Ugh. Well, I would love to set myself on fire so that I can destroy the horrible abomination that is myself, but I think I have a better idea. How about we set the box on fire? They're like, ooh, ah, ooh. Alright. Nah. Look at that, they're watching me like I'm some sort of fucking circus act. Alright, the sprinklers. Oi. There we go. If the blood from last time did not wash away yet, then it'll definitely wash away now. Look at all the people in the background. Look at that. Are they getting on a car? Like, trying to get out of here? Look at that. Look at that. They're getting on the truck. Some of them are just flat out running away. It's really interesting to see these guys. Just, like, seeing how they react. What are they doing? What are they not doing? Okay, now I can throw this shit over here. There we go. Now what? Alright, now magically that thing opens. Cool. These guys are just staring. Like if I wasn't wearing any clothing or something. As if I was a sexy girl topless. Ugh. I know I can push and pull this thing. And again, even with this fleshy monster thing, there's still a bunch of stuff in the background that you can see happening. So you got this whole group of people that are like, what's up with you, you know? What you doing? How are you gonna help? Look, that's a big-ass crowd running away over there. Is there anything else? Oh. Is there a secret? Oh, look at that! 2 chairs and 1 tiny TV. No secret here, seemingly, but... that's a nice little touch. Knowing that there were maybe, like, 2 people here that were, like, playing hooky at work. They had their own little secret place. Yeah, they want to reach there. So maybe here? There's a reason for why there's like a yellow frame on the floor. Grab onto that shit. Alright, swing. Swing around. How the hell can this machine take the weight of this guy? Almost there. No! Oh, shit. Well, thank you for helping, I guess. These guys are just standing around. Oh, now they're getting out of here. Well, maybe not those 2 guys. Oh, now I can use the little car thing to... now I can use it to bring myself up. Gosh. Every single millisecond of this blob monster's life must be complete pain. There we go. Pull me in. Ah. Oh god, and now this thing. You! Pull the thingy for me. Thank you. Glad we understand each other. There we go. Now I run in there. Ah, no! Oh my god, I did that perfectly. But just like the window of time that I have to like do that is so short. Pretty much the moment I throw it, the moment I throw it, I just gotta start walking. Go, go, go. Yeah, you see? This is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean when I say that all of this shit is almost like part of the experiment or something. Look at all of this shit in the back. Is that like just a bunch of people watching me? Everybody came running into this room just to stare at me? Was this all planned out? Look at that! They're even dangling it up as like they're trying to trick me or some shit. Ah. You see? Now all of these people are here. Yeah, they want to just lock me in forever. They said the experiment failed. Let's keep trafficking people. Let's keep just getting innocent people, innocent, stupid, impressionable people from the countryside to control their minds and fuse them all into this one big guy. So that we can create a brain, one giant brain that we can use to manipulate all people from all over the world to fulfill our evil purposes. Just make people stupid. Take stupid people to make a big giant brain to make people even stupider so that we can have control over everything. Because, you know, whoever this company is or whoever's in charge of this shit is probably A, dead, we probably just killed him, and B, has no regard for human life at all. And that's how this thing got created. From what I can tell. And the fish aren't afraid of me, look at that. They ran away from it, but it's probably, you know, that to me sort of says that this is not the first time that this happens. Right? It's like, oh, the blob monster might actually be working this time. Actually, no, wait, no, it didn't. Let's do the usual. And just dump it into the water and seal it away in this capsule. So that it just dies on its own, or if it can't die, just leave it there to rot. And we'll just work on the next one. Let's just start from square one again. You know what I mean? But hey, we escaped. And now we can move on to something else. Again, more metallic stuff. Ah! Alright, it looks like we can break that. We can see some light seeping off of that. So again, no more metal. A lot of wood. It's almost like we're going back to the foresty stuff from before. Ah, there we go. Oh god, big mountain. Lots of trees. Oi, 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 oi. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, fucking... and land perfectly and gracefully onto the light. Doesn't this place look familiar to you? Doesn't it look exactly like that fucking diorama that we saw before when we landed? You might say, oh, finally, we made it out of that awful scary place. We're finally free. But are we? It's kind of those things of like, to be continued, question mark? Because this little area is the exact same area that was already designed in a tiny diorama inside that company place. So, it's almost like a like fake happiness where it's like, oh, finally, I can feel the light of the sun. I am finally free. And I'm assuming that the blob thing just dies. I can only assume that it just fucking keels over and dies. Thinking that it made it out and that it's finally free. But it's not. It's all just a part of the big, cold company's plan. It's all just fake. He is nowhere near getting out. Just another failed experiment. And there we go, credits roll. And this is the part where a lot of people are like, seriously? This is where it ends? What? What the fuck does that mean? This is the part where people go off on rant stuff like, wow, the developers were just trolling you. Wow, artsy-fartsy thing. Stuff that doesn't make any sense or mean anything on purpose so that they can come off as, like, really smart. But, I think there's a fuck ton of things here that not only tease what happens later, you know, vocal and body sounds by Cigna. There's a lot of stuff that teases what's coming up ahead. There's a lot of stuff that, you know, very clearly sort of shows you what the company is all about, right? Unity, Danish Film Institute, The Game Scheme, Danish Arts Foundation, EU Media. There we go. I feel like, you know, like knowing this, and then going back to, like, get all of the secret little balls, and then doing the true ending. Well, not the true ending, the secret ending, which is the kid, like, unplugging some big-ass thing, and then shutting it all down. That's something that's more of a, like, a definitive ending of, like, I don't know. Where you do the right thing and you just shut the entire company down with one enormous wire. As opposed to here, where you try to go to them directly and try to bust this thing out. But it's all in vain, right? It's kind of a really sad story where you see something wrong be done and you want to do something about it and you end up getting fucked over so much more by the end of it, right? To the point that you didn't really achieve anything. You saw everybody, like, as the monster fucking rolls around, they're scared at the beginning, but then slowly everybody just kind of starts to help you with all the platforming just to set you up for this trap, you know? That to me tells me, oh yeah, this has been done before, you know? They practiced for this shit. There's probably like the third or fourth or fifth fucking blob monster that they have to take care of. You know, it's scary the first time, you know, the first 5 minutes, but then they grab their bearings and they figure out what to do. I think the only thing that was unexpected here is that, you know, the CEO, the big guy in charge is probably dead. But that doesn't even matter, right? Because there's probably like a vice president or some other guy that's gonna be replaced, right? In the same way that they treat all of these innocent people like cattle, like they're these disposable fucking things. All of the people within the company, within the corporation, are also pretty disposable, right? Oh wow, it's fucked up that that guy got smashed to bits, but does it really matter, you know? Does that even mean anything? You know? If they can just plop another guy in there, and there we go. Business as usual, right? Not only that, but it's also like very horrendously influencing, you know, kids and all the younger people and stuff, because as you can see, you saw like the cage of people, of mind-controlled people getting taken away in a fucking forklift. And there was a dad holding hands with his kid, just seeing all of that. You think that's not gonna fuck him up for life? You know? Maybe he's gonna end up being one of those kids that ends up fusing with these flesh monsters. You know? It also shows off like how selfish people are, you know? You can talk about how much you love everybody and that how much you care and all that stuff. But all these people are being trafficked against their will. You know, being manipulated to be here and be part of this big fusion calamity thing. But not my kid. Not my wife. Not my kids, you know? He's holding hands with his kid just fine, you know? He's happy because that's other people. It's not happening to me, you know? You know, that guy wouldn't be on the company side if his kid was one of those people being mind-controlled, you know? It's just awful, awful injustice. It's kind of like... This game is kind of like Mother 3, right? It starts off very natural, and, you know, everything's made out of wood, and nice little houses and stuff. Starts in a forest area, entirely natural. And then you see all of this metal, you know? All of this corporate, cold, hard steel with faceless people that don't have any color, right? They're gray, they send dogs after you, they shoot you. You know, you have all of these machines that are automatically designed to just kill the moment they see anybody moving, you know? And they have so little regard for human life that they just leave you there tossed on the floor. It doesn't even matter. They don't even dispose of you. They just leave you there, you know? And when the problem becomes too big and too tough to handle, they just flood the place, you know? Like everything that you saw underground in the submarine and shit with all of the hair, you know, long hair kids swimming around. Those were probably failed experiments as well that they just literally shove under the rug, or in this case, throw into the ocean, thinking that it'll just go away, but you know, all of that stuff is still there. And it's still suffering because of them. And they just keep building up and up and up, and oh, you know, that fucked up, we'll just make a new one. You know? Oh, you know, all of these people died of whatever, there's more people we can find. There's more out there. You know? But there you go. You just press a button. Play Dead's Inside. It also makes me wonder why they titled the game Inside. You know? Inside what? Is it like going inside of the blob monster? What does the blob monster feel inside? Or going inside the big corporation and you never get out, you know? Like it's, you know, this kind of civilization, this kind of change, this kind of corporate greed or awful human experiments is like this terrible thing that you can't escape from. You know, terrible thing that as soon as you're inside of it, you can't get out. I don't know. Now that I'm done playing this game, which, by the way, it took me 4 hours to do. 2 hours, well, actually, like 1 hour more than I was expecting. I was calculating that I would beat this game in 3 hours, but I was ranting a lot. I was talking a lot about a bunch of different topics and shit. The same stuff that pisses me off all the time. And, I did get stumped. A little bit stuck on some of the puzzles. Not too bad. A lot of the me walking around in circles was me, just ranting and talking to myself. And not really paying attention to the game. Sorry. But now that I'm done playing it, and now that I'm sort of, you know, done looking at it, I think a really cool thing to do would be to, you know, go and watch, like, video essays on this game, you know? So for somebody that actually cares about it You know, for somebody that actually cares to fucking analyze it and pick at it to see, you know, pick this game's brain to see what it all actually means. Because I feel like there's a story to be had here, but it's so like nuanced and it's told visually. You know, there's no text boxes, there's no big, you know, Sephiroth boss of lore that just, you know, just drops all of this info on you. But that's where all the interesting games come from, right? I think when people have a conversation that goes beyond like, oh, they're just trolling you. I think is cool. And so now I'm back here at the start. Starting off with this boss area. Again, like falling down from a big high place like the blob monster at the end. You know? Resume load settings. So I wonder if I can press different buttons and they do different things. So, settings, graphics, keyboard, controller, volume. Load. So when you load, it's essentially a chapter select. You see this, you see that. All of the different parts, all of the different bits. So when you come here, that's where you can get the secret ending, but obviously I don't have... Gosh, we really went through a lot. All of these pictures can easily be like desktop wallpapers or something you can just frame and put on your wall. I would put some of these shots on a wall. You see, that flat just looks like a movie screenshot right there. Yeah. Super duper cinematic and amazing. And all of it in 2D. All in like really, with really smooth camera movements and stuff like that. Yeah, what an amazing game, man. Such a fantastic fucking thing. And I think, you know, like if you want to be a game developer, particularly in making, you know, not RPGs, fucking platformers, this would be a pretty good game to study. Not just play, but to study. Yeah, look at that. They're even fucking showing you right there the diorama when you're landing on it. What's that thing beyond the ocean? That just looks unfinished. That just looks like a bunch of signs and tables and all that stuff. Zickletta saying it does look great. Yeah, it does. Like, what is that thing? That looks like a building. Like a giant phone booth beyond the ocean. And look at that. You can even see the light. The flashlight, the shining light on there. From the ending. And then there's that guy. A bunch of pieces of tomato sauce on the floor. And then, yeah, that thing with the fire. And then that little box thing. And then when you get trapped. And then here at the ending, where you just end up where the diagram is. It does nice. Game seems interesting. It's super interesting, at least in my opinion. The only thing that would be left to do is to come back. Look at that loading, man. Is to come back here. And to find that there's a secret thing here. Eventually, the kit reacts. And opens a thing down here. It's so interesting that, like, very, very early on, you have a secret area like this. Then you have this, with like a picture room. It's abandoned. All this stuff, and then this one also has one of those big balls that you can yank out. And then you have this thing with the combination thing. So I could do it. I could open it, but the problem is that I have to find all of the secret little things. And after I'm done finding them, I have to come back. I got to do the combination, and then I come in and do the secret ending thing. In fact, I might even find it on YouTube. I just want to see it, just so that this playthrough feels complete. I'll show. Maybe I can show on YouTube what you know, what the secret ending actually looks like. In fact, now that I'm here, I might actually just look at you know, video essays and analyses on this game. But like actual legit ones, not some fucking like I want to be funny motherfucker that just jokes about it. I want like legitimately somebody that really discusses it and really picks it apart. Like for real. I don't care if it's a 7-hour video essay. I'll sit through it if I have to. Inside game secret ending. Secret ending code. Alternate ending. The Mighty Jingles. The story and its meaning explained. Horror game theories. Oh, it's like a horror game focus thing. And they're going to want to push it too much towards the horror side. I want somebody to like fucking look at everything. I don't necessarily want like an angle or some bias. Warning, read video description first.
Merry Christmas. Hope you're all having a great day.
I don't want commentary. I don't want comment. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I don't. Playdead's inside story and lore explained. All right, 9 minutes. This is inside secret alternate ending. Don't watch if you don't want that spoiled. You can only do it when all of the secret orbs are deactivated, and you can only do it once. After triggering this ending, all of the orbs reactivate, and you have to go and find them all again to do this again. Huh. And then literally the top comment says, still not as good as the human meatball ending. That's definitely more fun. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, because you don't really get a lot of juice out of it until you, actually play through the game once, I think. He was being controlled by that helmet he unplugged. The helmet was wired up to some computers. I think the computers represent the player. And once he deactivated the helmet, we, the player, could no longer control him, and thus the game ends. Basically, the boy unplugged my controller. This game is deeper than the bottom of a Pringles can. Let's see. Alright, so, I'm gonna have to capture the game... the browser window. Chrome! You have to go full screen on this, too. Let's see. Let's just show it. Let's just show it, baby. Yeah, baby, show me them titties. So, can you guys see? Okay. So, right now for my own game, you only hear the sound of rain, so... Alright, so this guy's loading up a save. Uh-huh. So he goes over... Pringles can, yeah. Lol. So he goes to that same area. He has to go in and, like, do the lover code thing. After you get all of the secret balls. Very well hidden, by the way. Oh, you can hear sounds coming out of it. Someone like is making a song or something. We didn't get any sound on our game. Oh, look at that shit. Cool. It's obviously not as super high quality as getting the game footage directly, right? But this is an old video. This is from 2016. June 29th, 2016. 1.3 million views. Alternate ending or secret ending. He's going through this fucking tunnel. Long ass tunnel. I wish it was like in a better bitrate and resolution and stuff so that we can really glean the tiny details that we can't see out in the darkness. Yeah, no, it's all of these like balls and stuff. The same ones that you saw that were secret. And then there's that thing. There's that big mind control thing that is connected to like a million billion things. And then here's the thing that plugs it in. And so you're pulling it out. You're pulling it out, uh-huh. And then that's unplugged. And as soon as the big mind control thing is unplugged, the kid, like, keels over as well. Like, he just stops functioning. That's super interesting. I want to read the comments to see what people say. I know a lot of it is just going to be people memeing on it, but it's fine. If you guys notice, when that boy inside the blob and they run into the outside of the factory, there's a scene that the blob fall down into the aquarium and surrounded by people. You can see the background is the same with the ending, forest and light. That's why all of those worker scientists help the blob to escape. They actually bring the blob into the more bigger's room. They're not actually free. They're still inside of the factory. Yeah. What if after the boy disconnects himself, he wakes up in limbo? That doesn't make sense because he's not wearing the same kind of clothing. And he's not falling in the... He's not falling in the same position as how the limbo boy wakes up. Yeah, no, I don't really agree with having to connect it to other game. Just because these guys made 2 games, it doesn't mean that they take place in the same universe. I would like it if they were both separate. He unplugged the power to what was controlling him. Hence why the game ends there, and he goes limp. Yeah. The boy disconnects himself and he finds himself in limbo. Ugh. Again, that's kind of like, oh, a bunch of movies made by the same company. What if they all took place in the same universe? I don't like that. It's kind of shitty. To just have them all be connected. People always do that. You know, there are people saying, well, what if all of those Supergiant Games titles were all like, you know, in the same universe? It's very easy. Oh my god, this guy wrote a whole essay. What does this mean? Gosh, your emoji profile picture does not reflect the galaxy-brained essayist inside of you here. Considering that the boy's stance following his flicking of the switch mimics those of the zombies when they are disconnected from a mind control machine, this seems to suggest that Inside is breaking the fourth wall here and pointing out how you are in control of the boy. When you turn off the switch, you're effectively cutting off the mind control connection between you and the player character, therefore ending the game. This suggests that the boy hasn't been fighting toward the end of the game of his own volition, but rather because you have commanded him to do so. Oh, that's some Undertale shit right there. Even though the boy reacts to being disconnected from mind control in a similar fashion to the zombified humans you encounter, it's clear that he is different from them. For one, they appear to possess a superhuman level of durability, for them to be able to fall from great heights without so much as breaking a sweat, whereas the boy would die upon impact. Then there are the extra abilities the boy possesses, such as being able to swim, jump, and later in the game control the minds of others without the use of a helmet, and breathe underwater. The boy is also a test subject, which is hinted at by the secret ending, that he's clearly more advanced than the other experiments he encounters. He even has audible reactions to the events around him, exhibiting shock and fear when confronted by enemies. This suggests that he is at least partially cognizant in regards to the surrounding of his actions, unlike the other experiments that litter the factory, which behave more like reanimated corpses than actual human beings. Yeah. If the boy has an escaped test subject, if he is an escaped test subject, as has been suggested, then it's curious as to why he went to return to the factory he escaped from. This is where the second theory regarding Inside's secret ending comes to play. Perhaps the boy's actually being controlled by the blob he becomes swallowed by later in the game. Yeah, that's the one that I heard. Because why would he go back? Unless he was never in the factory to begin with, right? If this is the case, this would suggest that the switch located in the vault, buried beneath the cornfield, doesn't disconnect the boy from the player, but rather from the blob. This will then explain why the boy is so keen to venture into the factory and sacrifice himself in order to rescue the blob, with him unplugging it from the cables holding it in place before it promptly envelops him and begins rampaging through the factory. With the boy seemingly being an advanced experiment, the blob only gains the ability to effectively escape from his underwater cage when he gains access to the boy's substantial powers by swallowing him. Yeah, I kind of said it as a joke before, that he absorbed his platforming brain. But yeah, now, you know, he has all of the kid's knowledge now. As such, the boy appears to be merely a catalyst for the blob's escape. Yeah. Okay, this will probably be the last... Okay, this will probably be the last paragraph that I read before I just call the stream off and just end up reading it by myself. Oh my god. I've seen a longer statement from Hololive Moments, but damn. Yeah, but that one is stupid and this one is not. Let's see. Last one. Unless you guys want me to read the whole thing, in which case I'll do it. A major theory that is validated pretty early on in the game is that Inside is set in the same universe as Limbo. Okay. I'll humor you. Play Dead's previous platformer. There are a few reasons why this appears to be true, with the mind-controlled slugs that appear on the game's introductory sequence being chief among them. Ooh. Like that worm that was in the pig's ass? This time around, these... I love that that's the only way that I can remember it. The thing that was on the pig's ass. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of... In Limbo, you also have, like, mind-controlled slugs. This time around, these slugs don't latch themselves onto the player, but rather onto animals, specifically pigs, with them leaving a slew of dead pig bodies behind. Now, their fondness for pigs rather than humans this time around is likely a result of them being manufactured by the factory for further experimentation upon humans. So they took the mind control slugs and they just turned them into power for humans, with pigs actually being used for human medical research in the real world. Ignore all these notifications. Given that pigs can carry and transmit the same parasites and diseases as humans, that they're so prominent in the early stages of the game is no coincidence. Damn. That's fucked. Phone low battery, might use YouTube on Switch. It fucking amazes me how many people watch streams exclusively on their phone. To me, that just doesn't seem right. But, yeah, I guess, yeah, YouTube is on Switch. I guess you can do that. Or on your TV. Do you have YouTube on your TV? I don't know. Hold on, I want to read more of this shit. Then there are the gravitational puzzles, which uses switches similar to Limbo in order to reverse the gravity of the world. Yeah, kinda. They have similar mechanics. I don't know if that means that they're in the same universe, though. I think the mind control slug is probably the most convincing thing, though. With Inside predominantly using them to alter the direction of water, the supersonic machines that deliver insanely powerful explosions for no discernible reason in Inside is very similar technology to the Rainmaker featured in Limbo, which used similar explosions to incite rainfall in an area. Ah, that might be reaching a little bit. That only happens once in Limbo. And it's not the same thing, I think. These three prominent similarities, I'm sure plenty more will be discovered as more people play the game, have led to the suggestion that the factory workers in Inside are reverse engineering the technology featured in Limbo. But I'd wager that Inside instead takes place prior to the events of Limbo, given that the mind-controlled slugs are evidently still in their prototype stage at that point, as evidenced by them latching on the pigs rather than humans. Well, they also don't glow and shit. They don't work in the same way either. But who's to say that Limbo and Inside are displaced in time? I would say that Limbo is an entirely separate plane of existence, you know? That's like the afterlife. So I don't even think is a thing of like, you know, oh, this takes place before Limbo. No, I think like that's the afterlife, where like there's a lot of fantasy style stuff. Like you're just in Limbo. Isn't like the story of Limbo is that, you know, both like your little kid character and the little girl character that you're looking for by the end, like they're both dead, and you're like in this limbo afterlife where you're trying to find each other. I don't know. The most downright terrifying enemy you encounter throughout the duration of Inside is undoubtedly the long-haired, naked creature that chases you underwater through the latter half of the game. However, when it eventually catches up to you and appears to finally drown you, in actuality, it effectively prompts your rebirth, hooking you up to a machine similar to the mind control helmet that allows you to not only breathe underwater indefinitely, but also control every other human experiment you come into contact with on a whim. This is undoubtedly one of the most curious scenes in the game, but does explain why out of all of the experiments, the underwater creature is the only one that actively appears to be hostile towards you. This is seemingly due to it not wanting to kill you, but rather help you by attaching you to the machine and granting you new powers. Each time you die as a result of it drowning you, it was actually due to it failing its goal, which explains why after being reborn, you never confront it again. Oh. Why is it so concerned with sparking your rebirth? So, like, why is the creature even interested in doing that to you anyway? Watching streams on such a tiny screen sounds tough, but yeah, it makes sense people do it. Oh yeah, like, people do everything on a phone, but to me, streams specifically when there's, like, a chat that you want to contribute to, that to me just seems weird. I don't know. And then when there's stuff like when you want to play with other people or play with the audience, like Jackbox Party Pack or something like that. People are always like, oh, I exclusively watch streams on my phone, so I can't do it. Great. I don't know why. There's just some like irrational thing that bothers me about how people watch streams, that they see it on their phone. Or that they just do most things on their phone. Anyway, I guess we're just gonna read the whole thing then. I've already convinced myself that I was gonna do it. Yeah, the rebirth thing. Inside concludes with a lingering image of the blob lying on a patch of grass next to the shore, the sun beaming directly down upon it, with it still finally completing its goal of escaping from its watery cage and finally gaining freedom from its captors and creators. Unless the boy willingly sacrificed himself for the blob, it is presumable that it was directly in control of his actions, a theory which is further evidenced by the secret ending. Then there's the aforementioned water creature who helps the boy gain extra powers, all of which are crucial to eventually getting the boy to rescue the blob. It's therefore quite easy to theorize that the blob shares a telekinetic link with each of the experiments in Inside's world, with it able to manipulate them for the sole purpose of freeing itself from the factory. So essentially, it's the evil factory's experiment just fucking turning on them and just everything blowing back on their face. This would suggest that despite its gelatinous, monstrous appearance, the blob is actually an intelligent life form, and the only experiment featured in the entire game that is acting of its own free will. This essentially means that although the player only physically controls the blob in the last few chapters of the game, in actuality they've been playing as the blob the entire time by way of controlling the boy. However, oh god, this guy should write novels or something. There's another decidedly more interesting conclusion I've landed upon. The blob is actually in control of the player too. Me? If the game was always about rescuing the blob from the factory, and in order to do so, the blob manipulated the various test subjects both inside and out the factory's walls, then it suggests that the player has also been manipulated. Think about it. The player is given little insight into what they are doing throughout the game. As with most games, all they know is that they must keep running towards their vaguely outlined objective. You're blowing my mind here, man. Despite them physically controlling the events of the game, they're also being controlled by the game itself by way of being forced to follow the game's instructions in order to continue their progress. Galaxy brain theory. The blob is therefore controlling the player, who is then in turn controlling the boy, who is being forced by the blob to free it from the factory by controlling other people that control other people. Damn. The game ends with the player no longer being able to control the blob, which could either be a result of it having died due to the mighty fall from the factory, or because the blob simply does not need controlling any longer. It has reached its destination, so therefore the player has fulfilled their duty. Yeah, but even that's not even fully resolved, because that's just the big place is the same as the diorama from before. Who knows? I still like the theory that even when it frees itself, it's still not free. It's just a fucking fake environment made for it. That's so deep. The empty chair in front of the TV screens represents us, the player. We shut down the entire game by having the kid, who's just another mindless dummy, disconnect or control. It's gameception. How the fuck did anyone figure out the left, right, up sequence? Probably by going inside the game's files and just seeing it. It was hinted in some parts of the game. Was it found by someone to spend hours trying to figure it out? Messing around with it? Let's see. I'm sitting here laughing my ass off. I understand. Okay. On the 14th deactivation, there's a music chart that correlates to the up, right, left sequence. Oh, I get it. Okay, so you have to, like, match the music that you hear. Okay, I was about to say, is this another, like, infinite fucking essay? I'm gonna give that comment a like. There we go. 490. One interesting detail I found while replaying the game. If you go down that same bunker hidden below the cornfield, there's a photo of what appears to be that blob in the red room. It also seems a photo of a cage that looks very similar to one of the cages in a later puzzle. I find that interesting that there's a lot of cans on the shelf, which kind of looks like canned food. I think the bunker is the place where a person is doing research on the mind control experiments. Whoever made that bunker is also likely to be the owner of that farm close by. So the farmer likely did some experiments on his or her own animals. I don't think so. That's a bit of a stretch. Why would it be a farmer and a scientist at the same time? One final thing, if you stand still in that bunker long enough, the light bulb will eventually turn off. I'm kind of freaked out now. Really? If you stand still in the bunker, eventually the light flickers off? My light is still turned on. How long do you have to be there? There's only the blob photo. I watched the cage photo develop. As say the bunker zone had been out there a long time ago. The lights go off and there's no video. How long do I have to stay? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How long do I have to stay standing there for the light to go off? Either I'm too dumb to understand, or the game itself is way too deep. A very deep meaning. I would say it's pretty deep. It was supposed to mean that you were just a zombie the whole time as well. Like a bunch of computers controlling you. I was waiting a little bit more from... wanting a little more from the ending. The background story is huge. The ends are a little bit poor. I just wanted to leave everything to our imagination. Yeah, it's a weird give and take of, like, you know... People always want to have everything just be reflected visually via the gameplay, and then when people do it, they complain no matter what, because it's like, oh, I don't get it, you know? Because the problem with having to do everything visually is that now you have to think, and you can't let people just explain things to you on a text box, you know? And plus, it's more fun when, you know, people get together to explain this shit. The Blob is a bad ending where the thing that escapes the Blob in the ending is let loose from containment by you. Okay, a lot of people with broken English. Many people don't get what happened in the normal ending. You can go on the PewDiePie video. There's this comment that a person named Poseidon posted. It said that meanwhile you control the Blob, you fell in a small glass cage. And you go out and all. But in that glass cage you can see a 3D map at the end. Which means they wanted you to escape and think you actually got out, but you're actually in a very big cage. Once again, this is not my idea. Oh, okay, so yeah. It's just a part of the evil company's plan. That's a mindfuck, masterpiece of a game. Played through it twice. The original ending was a boy attempting to get free will back to mankind. The whole game follows this control chain. Us, to the ball, to the boy, to every other worker. Yeah. Even your own character is a puppet. The name Inside explains it all. The real meaning of the game name Inside. Alright. Somebody is actually going to explain what the actual name of the game means. Okay, I'll read this and then I'm out, because I'm getting really hungry. My English is bad. Hopefully you will understand what I mean better than some of these other people. Every explanation on Blob control the people is wrong. You know why? There were workers in the field with that zombie-type people. Okay, yeah, I can see that your English is not good. Blob doesn't need a worker people to work on facilities, so only the scientists are controlling the people. But the kid is different, and he is not controlled by the scientist, and he is controlled by the Blob. That's why when he infiltrated the facility, he act like others and tried to bend. So the scientist and the machine don't find him and capture him, as he is not controlled by them, but by the Blob. The kid is controlled by the Blob, and he is... and his only goal is to free the Blob. And that's why the game named Inside, and he is the only intruder in the game. Okay, that didn't really explain a whole lot. You're kind of saying the same shit that everybody else said about other stuff, but just applying it to the title. The game is about a facility of mind control tests and test subject. My interpolation of the game thanks to this guy. So it's not even your idea. It was someone else's idea on Reddit. Great. Alright. I think I'm done seeing this. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. And as I, eat some food, I'm going to maybe look at other, like, actual video essays. But here I am. I'm still here playing the game. Oop, I can still move around. So eventually the light does go out on this thing. You wouldn't be able to do both. Yeah. Okay. I'm tired. I did exactly what I said I was gonna do. Which was to play the game in one sitting. And god damn it, that's what I did. That is what I did in this decade. And, we even saw the secret ending, even if we did see it on YouTube and stuff. But, you know, it's a very simple thing. Still a great game. In fact, I think I have an even deeper appreciation of it now. Looking at it a second time and playing it myself at my own pace. You know, and not skipping through stuff. You know, when you watch a Let's Play and stuff, it's really easy to just fast forward whenever somebody gets stuck in a puzzle. But just, you know, playing it yourself and taking a look at all the little small details on your own, I think, makes this game so much more awesome. A lot more awesome than I gave it credit for. That even I give it credit for, and I think most people give it credit for. Although, a fuck ton of people there in the comments seem to, like, you know, want to, you know, disentangle the story all on their own, right? But I feel like there's just a lot of other design things and little tiny details that they just make the game so much more alive and mysterious. Because all that discussion is mainly just about the ending, right? I feel like there's a bunch of little tiny moment-to-moment things that can be appreciated as well, but again, that's more worthy of like a video essay where you can spend hours just looking at little tiny things that happen. Yeah. Great game. Great game. It is absolutely deserving to be named as like one of the greats, one of the best games ever. In the same way that Limbo did a lot of things for indie games back then, I think Inside does a lot for games now, I would say. And I can only imagine that Playdead is working on yet another game that'll be just as good, if not better. Hopefully it is better. But anyway, that about does it for me. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. I did what I wanted to do, and I did it. From one day to the other, we have beaten yet another game. And we're just going to move on to the next thing. Today is Sunday, right? So tomorrow's going to be Monday. I did say that I was going to play Valkyrie Drive, but I think not. I think I'm probably just going to go straight to Vanquish. I think I'm just going to play that next. Something I really want to play. Now, the good thing about me beating all of these games is something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and that's to delete games. Because I'm running out of memory on everywhere, on all of my hard drives and stuff. Especially on PS4. In fact, if I'm going to be playing games, I really should be playing on PS4 more often, because I literally can't download any new games because I'm just so full. My hard drive is so full of stuff, so... I think after I'm done playing Vanquish, I can delete Bayonetta, I can delete Inside, I can delete Vanquish and all that. When I'm done beating those, so that I can have more space for other games. And then I can move on to my PS4. Because then on my PS4, at the very least, those Call of Duty games that I wanted to beat, I want to beat them. I want to beat the campaign. I was actually thinking of beating it on my own, and then playing through it again, but in arcade mode. Because arcade mode is something that I haven't tried out that I'm really interested in trying. But, you know, after I'm done with the Let's Play on stream, I kind of just want to delete the game, and that's like 110 gigs off of my PS4 that I can use for something else. So maybe what I might do is that I might actually beat it on my own, and then just play through it again in arcade mode and see what the difference is, you know? If I'm going to do a playthrough of Call of Duty, might as well have it be a little different from the rest, right? I don't know anybody that has done a playthrough of it on arcade mode. And it's not like, you know, I'm busting to, like, see what the story's all about, right? When it comes to Call of Duty, I'm not really into it for the story. It's satisfying and cool to shoot shit. I'm not an opinion guy or a figurehead or a voice for the Call of Duty franchise, much less the story. And if I ever was an authority on the Call of Duty kind of stuff, you know, like a source that people would trust when it comes to Call of Duty, it is probably because I'm really good at the multiplayer and I know everything about the multiplayer as opposed to the story. So, yeah. But anyway, that's sort of my plan right now. Beat Vanquish, and then after that, sort of, you know, go to the PS4 and rid of myself of as much memory as possible, right? Call of Duty 1, Modern Warfare 1, I mean. And then, when that's done, do Modern Warfare 2, which I would argue is even shorter than Modern Warfare 1. I remember blasting through that in like 2 days on PS3. And so I just want to do the remaster on PS4, see how it feels. And then there we go. That's like 200 or so gigabytes off of my PS4 that I can use to download other things that I am interested in it. Now, that's stuff that I'm, you know, significantly more interested in. And there you go. I'll probably just keep doing that. You know, I'll probably just keep playing all of these big ass games that take up a lot of memory. And then when I'm done beating them, I can just delete them. Another one that I want to tackle is finishing up all of those Kingdom Hearts games that I haven't finished. I never finished Kingdom Hearts 2, but I'm right at the end. So maybe I'll play through a little bit of that on my own so that I can sort of warm up and grab my bearings again on how the game works. And try and defeat Roxas. Because that's my barrier. That's my sands right now. I can't beat him. But I leveled up all of my mastery forms and all that stuff. So, I think I'm tough enough now to where I can actually, you know, beat Roxas with all of my upgraded shit. So, we can do that, and from there we can move on to all of the other games in that pack, and then 2.8, which isn't a lot. And then we can do Kingdom Hearts 3. And when I'm done with all of that, I think I'm just going to delete all of it. I'm going to delete 1.5, 2.5, 2.8, and 3, so that I can have memory for other games, and believe me, I do need the space. Now, on the bright side, is that all of my save files and all that stuff, it's all still there. You know, I'm just deleting the game that I know I'm not going to play again because I've already beaten it. And we can do Remind DLC as well. Yeah, we can do Remind. In fact, I'll probably go out of my way to download a Remind first before I even start playing Kingdom Hearts 3. And, I still have the CDs. That's another thing. I bought the whole, like, Kingdom Hearts, the story so far. I have it on physical CDs now. So, yeah. That's preserved physically forever. If I ever want to play Kingdom Hearts again, slap in that disc, and I can just play. Now, of course, you have to, like, install the game and run updates and all that bullshit, so that's another bunch of fucking memory that I have to use up for that. But, like, you know, can't be that bad. Can't be that bad. I have the physical edition, so that's fine. And then after Kingdom Hearts, we'll just see what happens. We'll just see what happens from there. Obviously, there's always a bunch of games that come out that grab my attention that I want to play in the moment. I want to go back to playing Doom, because I know that I played Doom 2 with Project Brutality and stuff. And, I was having a lot of fucking fun. Especially after Doom Eternal and all that. I've been playing Doom here and there a little bit, but I never continued on with my stream save. And I want to go back to doing it. I want to beat it. I want to beat Doom 2. And then from there, I actually bought Doom 3 recently so that I could play it in VR. Because you have that Dr. Beef mod where you can play it in VR. And that seemed pretty fun. But it's too scary. Doom 3, I've already started playing it in VR a little bit. And the VR-ness of it is fun. But at the same time, that game is just not for me. It's so much more horror-oriented. It's still like an action game, still shoot shit, but like, that's just not the kind of Doom that I like, you know? I even like Doom 64 more than Doom 3. It's just not my kind of game. So, I don't know if that's something that I'm just gonna move on to after a certain point. I think after I finish Doom 2, I'll probably do the Sergeant Mark's Brutal Doom 64. Because to me, Doom 64 is like the actual Doom 3, in my opinion. And then Doom 3 is like some other thing. I know that people do like it. I've played like the first hour of it, and it's a little finicky. It's a little weird for me. I do like it better than flat screen. I definitely like it in VR so much better. But I need to play more. And because it's like this weird, like, modded version of Doom, it's not meant to be in VR, so some parts of it are a little weird, and I got really dizzy playing it, so it's just odd. That and, like, I'm a pussy for horror games, so it's like, I always, you know, want to look away, and, you know, I don't like getting scared. Or startled or whatever. We'll see what to do about Doom 3. But I have it. I own it, and I don't know if I'll play it in VR or in regular TV mode. I don't know if I'll stream it ever. Because I'd rather play Doom 64 instead. And even then, it'll be the modded Doom 64 that's different and has, like, the better shooting and the better effects and all that stuff. So, yeah. And then after that, when it comes to Doom 2016 I already beat. And Doom Eternal I already beat as well. And the Ancient Gods DLC. So, all I have to do now is wait for Part 2. And then when Part 2 is done, we can do, we can play through that. And then when that's done, we can just play maps. I know that I started playing Scythe. But yeah, there's like a billion different maps and gameplay mods. And stuff like that we can do. So yeah, I don't think Doom is gonna go away anytime soon. As long as there's like a fan base of people that keeps making all this shit for free. There's a lot of really hard ones. Like Going Down is super duper hard, and I've been trying to pick at it, but I keep dying over and over again. So I'll probably do a stream of that, where I try to play that with maybe Project Brutality or Brutal Doom. On the easiest difficulty, because fuck trying to play that on anything higher than that. But yeah, we still have a ton of games. Cyberpunk is a game that is sort of in limbo right now in terms of whether people like it or don't like it, or people want to play it or not. But there was this like apology. There was this like video that came out of one of the CD Projekt Red guys that essentially laid out this like game plan of everything that they're gonna do with the game. They're essentially pulling the No Man's Sky in that of like, okay, we're sorry that the game kind of sucked for a lot of people. Here's all of the brand new content that we're going to offer for free on top of a bunch of hot fixes.
たまにはいいですね。
Hey, hello there. The Gamer Player just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing, dude. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so they had this game plan of like, okay, here's hotfix number 4, number 5. Here's this big giant update, and then multiplayer. Apparently, these guys want to add multiplayer on top of that, and yeah, they just have a bunch of stuff that they're gonna do, a bunch of fixes, for these coming years, or for this year, and obviously for the year after that, and free DLC expansions and stuff like that. I feel like they have no choice but to have it be free or have it be really, really cheap, because that's the only way that I can see people not getting so mad at them anymore. You know, for a rabid fan base that would, like, forgive them for anything and fucking treat them like gods pre-release, people did a 180 and got really, like, surprisingly super cutthroat post-release. It's impressive how people can just turn on you that easily. Despite people, like, you know, this is what happens when you overhype a game, right? And that's not the game's fault necessarily. That's the community's fault for assuming fucking Jesus reincarnate for this game. And then it comes out and turns out that it's just a video game and not the second coming of Jesus. Same thing for No Man's Sky, you know? I feel like maybe No Man's Sky did a better job at hyping themselves up a little bit too much. And then making the mistake of not actually implementing all of those things that they wanted to put into the game at launch. It wasn't until like fucking 4 years later that now they have implemented all the stuff that they said and more. So, yeah, but still, you know, the communities and all of these critics with their big galaxy brains and their critical thinkings, they still got overhyped on it and they still expected a ton. And they fucked themselves over by being like, man, so disappointing. Well, okay, sure. It's not like this, like, people act like this has never happened before. You guys remember Aliens Colonial Marines? Where, like, all of the footage looked really cool and the game came out and it was nothing like how it was advertised? You know, this has been a thing before. So I think we should all learn our lesson already. And learn to temper our expectations to not be so hyped. Or, you know, to be hyped. It's okay to feel excited about things, but just know that, you know, it might not be what you think it is. And I think we need to be mature about it and not send death threats to the devs or be like, oh yeah, more like Cyberpunk 2077 lies, or, you know, just add the word lie or add the word bug or add the word stupid or fuck or whatever in the title of the game, right? That's just you being a dick. And again, I'm also not saying that it's like, you should never joke about it or you should never criticize these things. It's okay to criticize, and it's okay to make fun of these things and make parodies about it. Cyberpunk 2077 in real life, and it's just bugginess and shit, I know. But, like, I would just love it if it was a little bit more towards it being all in good fun, as opposed to just sticking it to those stupid developers with their lies, or the game reviews are so corrupted and bought out and sold out because look at all these high scores and look at all these bugs, you know, just people just exposing their fucking stupid biases all over the place and being very proud of it. That's why it's better to kind of just have a cold-headed, centered sort of perspective where, you know, understand where the devs are coming from, understand where the fans are coming from, you know? On the fan side, they were looking forward to this game to be fucking amazing, and they have a reason to be excited because The Witcher 3 is a thing that exists, and that's fucking amazing. Although that game was buggy as well when that came out, and people shitted on it for being buggy, and it got better. It's still pretty buggy now, but, like, you know, it got better over time, and now this game is considered like one of the best games ever, right? So I can understand from a fan base viewpoint that, you know, they have a reason to be excited. And so it kind of puts a damper on the mood when, you know, it's as unstable as it is, and you can't own a big, awesome, powerful PC. you have no choice but to have a PS4. And if it runs like shit, you know, then obviously that puts a damper on this party. But on the developer side, you know, you need to understand that these guys were literally, they were practically, and again, for legal reasons, it's just my opinion, they were practically put into fucking slavery to make this game. The crunch was awful. They worked a ton of their fucking employees to death. They weren't properly compensated from what I hear. And it was a lot of the executive people at the very, very top, not developers, not marketing people or anything, like the big bosses that decided, yeah, the game is coming out on this day, but we don't have enough time. We still gotta fix all of this shit. No, you gotta put it out on this day, but however the game looks like, that's when it needs to come out. We delayed it too much. We have investors, we have shareholders, we have all these people that want to see the money now. So you gotta put it out because money. Okay. And so they put the game out in the state that it is. And again, very similar to No Man's Sky, right? They put it out. Not all of the features are there yet. They wanted it to have everything, but obviously when you're doing a deal with Sony and you're going to have like a physical CD release and you got to press all those discs, you know, let all the stores, you know about the game and when that's going to show up on their door and so they can sell it on store shelves, plus putting it on a PSN and all that stuff. You know, there's when it comes to that sort of stuff, when you have a big mainstream release, you got to have the game done like half a year before it even formally comes out, because the rest of that time from that moment to release is just bug fixes and QA and like people beta testing the game and making sure that, you know, everything is relatively stable. And everything else beyond that is like advertising the game, making trailers, fucking sending the game out to storefronts, pressing all the discs, you know, having to go through you know, the process of putting it on PSN, putting it on Xbox, putting it on Steam, putting it on GOG, on whatever platform, putting it on Stadia, you know, having to, and also optimize every single fucking version that you're gonna make for it, right? You know, just working on all of that stuff that you can just download on a patch, and not necessarily something that, you know, you gotta put on the disc or something. But yeah. Weird. But anyway, the reason for why I said all of that about Cyberpunk was that I fully intend to continue playing that game at some point. But, you know, I just want to take the time to play other games. There's a lot, I don't want to say, oh, there's a lot on my plate right now. No, there really isn't. It's just making videos and doing these streams. But, these live streams are the perfect excuse, for me to just sit down and play something. I have a bunch of older games as well. Xenoblade Chronicles, I only played like 1 hour of it on the Wii. And I know that it's a lot better to play it on Switch now. There's stuff like Yakuza. I've always wanted to play Yakuza 0 and Yakuza Kiwami and stuff like that. And especially now that a bunch of Hololive members are playing it, then that makes me want to play it, you know? It's almost like they're telling me directly. And so maybe soon, after we're done with Vanquish, and then after that, after we're done with the 2 Call of Duty games, and then after we're done with the entire Kingdom Hearts collection, and maybe after we're done with Trails from Zero, because we still got Legend of Heroes games to get through, maybe we can get to playing Yakuza at some point. I really should just make a schedule, you know? Monday, Wednesday, Friday can be like Kingdom Hearts, because that's just a lot to get through, so I need most of the week for that. And then Tuesday and Thursday can be a different game, you know, like a shorter game that I can play in a few sessions. So that can be Vanquish, or a Call of Duty or something like that. And then maybe we can make an exception for the weekends, you know, Saturday, Sunday. Those days can be like long marathon streams where we just play through a lot of one game, you know, something like that. I always make these pitches of like, maybe we should have a schedule, but I always fuck up and I never commit to it, because there's always something in my life that just comes up where I just can't stream on that day, or sometimes I literally just don't feel motivated to do it. Sometimes I just don't feel like being on camera. Sometimes I just don't feel like saying anything to the microphone. I don't feel like talking, or I don't feel like playing a game, you know? Maybe I do have a lot to say, but I don't want to play a game, you know? And then there's that podcast, the Nerdmobile, that I made, that just fell through really fast because, obviously, quarantine. We're not leaving the house. I'm not driving anywhere for an hour. Maybe I will soon. As soon as if I get accepted to this one job. But you know, for now, I'm stuck at home. I could continue doing the Nerdmobile. But then I made that pilot episode, or that, you know, for good talk, have fun, or whatever. I still have all the assets for that. I could do that. I could do that. Who's to say that I can't have two podcasts, right? One podcast where I'm just here, sitting here. The official podcast for the channel. And then I have this other, like, spin-off-y podcast where I just fucking scream out my fucking stupid other unrelated opinions that are, like, maybe not gaming or something when I'm in my car. That could be a good idea. I also wanna... I still have that idea of... Now that The World Ends With You Neo is coming to consoles and stuff, I want to bring back that World Ends With You podcast. I want to bring that back. That's something that I did for like 3 episodes in the past. And then I had to stop because apparently there was like some copyright issues with the title that I gave it, called The Noisecast. Because there's another podcast out there called The Noisecast, and they have their name like trademarked and everything. So I had to stop that. I had to cancel that because of the name. And so I want to reboot it. I want to redo it again, where I give it a different name that is a reference to an aspect that is in the game. And just do it. Just do that World Ends With You podcast, where it's essentially like a glorified Let's Play of the game, where like every episode is a different chapter in the game, and I talk about it, and then I look at fan-made stuff and highlight certain things. And now that, you know, there's so many people now that like to watch podcasts, essentially. They like to upload their podcast on YouTube as opposed to listening to it anywhere else. Then that can be really easy to do. You know? I could have it just be a YouTube series. It could be a talk show. It doesn't even have to be a podcast, you know? And now that I have the Stream Deck with all these cool little buttons that I can use that for like sound effects and for the segments and stuff like that. I have like a little mixer here. So that could work. That could work. I think if I'm gonna start podcasting, if I'm gonna start podcasting again, then I would have to do that World Ends With You show first. I would have to do that from beginning to end first. Before I kick off Good Talk, Have Fun again. Because I wouldn't want to be juggling 2, potentially 3 podcasts all at the same time. I would have to organize when the episodes are going to come out and stuff. How long would it take to edit and all that. Yeah. Just something I'll have to think about. But the key to doing all this is to do it and to not be lazy, which that's what I am all the time. Okay. Now I'll go. 5-hour stream. Goddamn. Beat this game in 4 hours. And then just 1 hour of babbling on. Okay, thank you everybody for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. I am very, very hungry. I'm gonna go eat. See ya. Love you all. Bye. Yes, that was really awkward. I pressed the wrong button and I got onto the main screen. I was here thinking that I was here on this end screen, and I was just like, I just saw myself and I was like, uh-oh. It was about to be like a Dark Side Phil moment. I was be like, okay, time to jack off. Oh no, the stream is still open. Uh-oh. Okay, now I'm gonna press the right button. Okay. So yeah, I thought it would be a lot more awkward if I just didn't acknowledge it and just ended the stream. Of me just staring into the cameras like, what happened there? Might as well clarify. I thought that I was on this screen, but I wasn't. I pressed the wrong button and it took me a second to realize it, okay? Alright, so yeah, bye.